This is the Joint Committees on Transportation and Public Utilities and Public Safety. I am joined with my colleague, Chairman of Public Safety, Councilman Curtis Jones. I understand that the state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. Will the clerk please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate they are present when their names are called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Councilmember Curtis Jones.
I'm present. Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues. Looking forward to a vigorous discussion today.
Councilmember David O.
Good afternoon, chairmen and colleagues. I am present. Thank you.
Councilmember Alan Dom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I am present.
Councilmember Helen Gim.
Good afternoon to both the chairs. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am present.
Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to both of the chairs. I'm present.
And Councilmember Mark Swilla. And that is it for the roll, Mr.
Chair. Afternoon, chairs and colleagues present.
I want to thank you, Brett. A quorum is present, and this hearing is now called to order. This is the public hearing of the Joint Committees on Transportation and Public Utilities and Public Safety for Resolution 210-856. Will the clerk please read the title of the resolution?
Resolution 210-856, authorizing council's committees on transportation and public utilities and public safety to hold joint hearings regarding ongoing issues of public safety at SEPTA facilities and aboard SEPTA vehicles.
Thank you very much. Before we get started, I'm going to ask for Chairman of Public Safety, Councilman Curtis Jones, if you have any remarks.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate SEPTA and mass transit in the city of Philadelphia. The riders, the workers, the employees are the lifeblood of Philadelphia's economy. But the veins of that lifeblood that has to flow through is the trolleys, buses, subways, and else that need to be safe. I remember distinctly during the height of the pandemic that I knew the city was still operational by the passing of a bus or a trolley or an L in the case of my district office. I knew we were still operational. But what has happened during that time has brought into question whether or not we are safe in the process of riding those systems. All of this is not the fault of anyone or anything, but a combination of things that create an environment, or at least the perception of, and the reality to some degree of not being safe. Whether it is sometimes the occupying of a bus where folk who are not SEPTA employees have taken over the operations of that bus. And some subway stations where people find that they are in charge and are going to charge people a fare in order to allow them to utilize the transportation system. Whether it is a single mother coming home after a shift at 2 in the morning, or a worker or a student, for that matter, riding the bus to school, there should be the element of safety. So this hearing, thank you, Councilmember O, for insisting upon this type of review. And the object is not to point blame, but the object is to find solutions to that perception and actuality of safety. Our city depends on it. Our perception as a first-class city depends on it as well. Whether we are attracting tourists to our city or just people wanting to enjoy an evening downtown, or people who have to use SEPTA to get to their place of employment, or students seeking to go to school in the mornings, we have an obligation of providing a safe system. Now, with that said, we will entertain questions of ridership, of safety, of the number of SEPTA police that are employed, the number of augmentation of security guards that are employed, to figure out whether or not we are utilizing resources, public resources, to its highest and best use. And with that, I look forward to that discussion, but more than the debate and the discussion, solutions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair recognizes Councilman David O., the sponsor of the resolution.
Thank you very much, Chairman Johnson and Chairman Jones. This city is in the throes of one of the worst homicide epidemics we have faced. Over 500 murders, but the women, the children, the young people that are being murdered senselessly, and just the nature of the amounts of bullets that are being used, who's being retaliated against, and the danger. Just yesterday, a Temple student unloading his car was murdered at 1:30 in the afternoon. And shortly thereafter, another 16-year-old boy was murdered. I mean, so within the context of what is happening in our city, we have a transportation system. I have spoken to so many people who tell me they will not ride the public transportation system. Whether it's perception or reality, that's what this hearing is about and what's being done about it. But some people from the suburbs will not get on the regional line, and they can choose to do that. But so many people in our city cannot choose. If they're not using SEPTA, they're not getting to school, getting to work, going to the hospital. They can't shop. They are on a very narrow platform that is transportation. What is the transportation system doing about this problem? It seems like they're doing a lot of things about a lot of things, but what they should be doing, I believe, and I think a lot of people believe, is ensuring that those who use this system are safe. If they are not safe, they don't use it. If they must use it, are they bringing weapons with them? What is happening in our city? It is of great concern. In 2020, SEPTA employees reported 30 physical assaults, and they did not report a number of others, including the 46 times they were spit on, the 30 times they were hit with objects, and in 12 instances, they were sent to the hospital. We saw on television a drive-by shooting at the Alany Transportation Center right outside of Central High School and Girls High, where 8 people were shot in a drive-by, and shortly thereafter at the Fern Rock Transportation Center, where 6 people were shot. This year alone, 21 people have been shot near the Market Frankford Line's Allegheny Station in Kensington, at near on. And this summer, a 29-year-old man was murdered on a bus full of people. These incidents do hit the news, and people are shocked, and people want to know what is being done about it. Just recently, we watched another video of another high school student, a female, getting a beat down on a SEPTA train. And it incites fear, it incites other types of problems. And of course, finally, the horrific rape of a woman on a crowded train. I mean, these are just some of the incidents that are in the news. And for those who can ride SEPTA with safety, that is fantastic. But in North Philly, in South Philly, in Southwest Philly, in West Philly, and so many other, in Germantown, so many parts of our city, people are afraid to use public transportation, and this is an opportunity for us to hear from SEPTA what they are doing about ensuring that people are safe and that people feel safe enough to use this public transportation system. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman David O. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Gill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to acknowledge, for the public how important this issue is for all of us. It's something that's resonated many months prior to COVID. It's been underscored time and time again when young people are on the subways, how important it is for our public systems to be both seen as used, healthy, and of course, above all, safe. I want to open by first thanking a number of people. I want to thank the members of the Pennsylvania chapter of NOW, who on October 30th held a really powerful vigil and statement of support for any victim of sexual assault, after the horrifying assault on a young woman on a SEPTA line. The most important thing is to recognize how we need to embrace our public systems, how we need to understand how important they are, and we have to let people know that especially anybody who's been victimized, that they are supported. And I really just want to thank the folks who came out, at the end of October to demonstrate a strong and clear message of support that we believe victims and that we will stand by them each and every time. I also want to acknowledge many of the young people who are riding SEPTA each and every day. As Councilman O noted, they don't have a choice. This is their main transportation line to and from schools. There are dozens of public, private, parochial, and charter schools along the Broad Street corridor. I know that when all of us witnessed the horrifying beating of a young girl who was intervening in a situation of racial violence and harassment, that they were, everybody was horrified, including the families of those young people. I want to acknowledge the hard work of SEPTA and Chief Thomas Nistel, who I had the chance to work with very closely, in this particular case. People should know that our public transit system is probably the most surveilled of any public system. Almost every car has a camera. Every part of the platform, entryways into SEPTA. And so surveillance has been completed. And I think part of the conversation that we want to have today is ultimately about what keeps people safe. And absolutely, it is a determination that people must be safe. It starts with the employees of SEPTA, for sure, feeling safe. And so situations where the public has, or certain members of the public have been allowed to abuse employees is absolutely unacceptable. And figuring out ways that we can convey that. But I also want to underscore how important it is for people to use SEPTA, and that ultimately a safe, system is one that's heavily used and utilized. And we can go back and forth about whether people need to feel safe about whether it's used or whether it's used so that people can be safe. But what we know is that you can't simply will something into existence. We have to create it. Usage on SEPTA is down to a fraction of, or ridership and usage on SEPTA is down to a fraction of what it used to be. And so we are going to talk about and explore ways that SEPTA is increasing ridership from Philadelphians, who both need and want a system of public transit. I want to talk about, and we'll be looking forward to hearing about practical solutions to this issue and about the collaboration that we need to have between SEPTA, the police department, the school district of Philadelphia, and our public, as well as rider advocates and others who are deeply invested in seeing a healthy system. So I look forward to this conversation. I want to thank the chairs, and I want to thank all the witnesses who are here to testify as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Helen Kim, and I want to acknowledge the presence of my colleagues, Councilman Derek Green and Councilman Jamie Gardier. Before we call on our witnesses and our panelists, I also just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. One, I want to acknowledge the work of Wendy Harvey Green, who always keeps the lines of communication open between my office and SEPTA, making sure that we're being proactive around the issue of public safety and addressing various issues around ridership throughout the 2nd Councilmanic District. And I also want to acknowledge Fran Kelly, another individual who has worked very closely with my office regarding a variety of different issues around making sure that we're addressing issues around ridership and public safety, trolley modernization, but most importantly, the necessity that SEPTA is accessible to all individuals throughout the 2nd Councilmanic District as well as the city of Philadelphia. This issue is very near and dear to my heart, just echoing the sentiments of Councilman David O. We're in a state of emergency and we're in a crisis when it comes to the issue of gun violence. And although we've seen the recent acts that have taken place on SEPTA, I remember one time a young man got off the bus with an AR-15, some type of rifle, and just started shooting indiscriminately at a bus. And so when we have acts like that taking place, we need to make sure that we're taking all hands on deck approach to make sure we're doing all the things that we can possibly not only keep the employees safe who work for SEPTA, but also those 60,000 young people that utilize our SEPTA transportation system. And so, again, Councilman David Owens, I want to thank you for bringing this to our attention, and hopefully we can come up with strategies and solutions to keep our riders and our employees safe who are riding SEPTA. With that being said, before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to being in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record that at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. Will the clerk please call the first panel for Resolution 210856?
For the first panel, we have Leslie Richards, Thomas Nesto, and Ken Divers.
Good morning, Leslie. How are you?
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning, Ken, and good morning, Captain Nestor. I'm going to ask for Ms. Leslie Richards to please state your name and title for the record, and you can begin your testimony, and good to see you, as always.
Sure. Leslie Richards, General Manager and CEO of SEPTA. Good afternoon, everybody. Chairman Johnson and Jones, want to thank you for convening this discussion. I want to thank Council Members I want to thank Dom, Gaudier, Green, Gim, Squilla, Thomas. If I've missed anybody, I'm thrilled with the participation here. We want to thank you so much for holding this important hearing and for the opportunity to share with you what SEPTA is doing as it relates to safety on the system. As Chairman Johnson said, we're also looking forward to coming up with strategies and solutions. And as Chairman Jones said, we want to be working together with all of you on solutions. And so we look forward to this conversation as well. I'm pleased to be joined today by the Chief of the SEPTA Transit Police Department, Thomas Stell, and Ken Divers, who this spring I appointed to coordinate SEPTA's comprehensive authority-wide vulnerable populations initiatives. The horrific rape that occurred on the Market Frankford line in October and the disturbing act of violence and ethnic intimidation on the Broad Street line earlier this month are seared into the minds of every SEPTA employee. These incidents are reminders of the special role that SEPTA has in the lives of our customers and communities we serve, as well as our fundamental responsibility to keep the public safe, both operationally and personally. In these two situations, SEPTA employees and transit police officers reacted quickly and are contributing to the ongoing criminal investigations. Their quick actions will help bring justice and healing where they are desperately needed. However, these incidents represent a clarion call for all of us to be vigilant about public safety and develop collaborative and effective strategies to prevent and respond to acts of violence wherever they occur in our region. The safety of SEPTA employees and customers is paramount. SEPTA does not tolerate violence of any kind against SEPTA employees or customers, and we work hard to develop strategies to prevent crime and to pursue offenders. As I wrote in my city budget testimony in May, the pandemic has obviously changed the scope of what that means, with increased emphasis on personal health safety, but it has not diminished our commitment to traditional safety and security. Since the beginning of the pandemic, SEPTA employees have worked tirelessly to clean and secure the system at a time when violence and crime in the city has reached its highest level in more than a generation. At the same time, vulnerable individuals are increasingly taking refuge in and around SEPTA stations and vehicles because they have nowhere else to turn, straining already limited resources. The issues of violence, homelessness, and drug addiction extend well beyond SEPTA stations and vehicles. As you know, sadly, the city of Philadelphia suffered its 500th homicide of the year last week. SEPTA does not operate in a vacuum, and it will continue to take all of us working together to meet these shared challenges. I can confidently say that SEPTA has taken critical steps to try to meet current and future challenges. We have been at the forefront of efforts to augment traditional policing with social service expertise. That helps us meet immediate challenges and build stronger relationships with the communities we serve. We know much more work needs to be done, but we have taken meaningful action that will be the foundation of a safer SEPTA system. And I want to update you on several of those initiatives. We are augmenting traditional policing strategies with social service partnerships that can help preempt conditions for criminal activity to take place while building stronger relationships with the communities we are entrusted to serve. Chief Nestel will discuss those broader efforts in more detail, but I wanted to update you on several initiatives that are positively impacting SEPTA's safety and security efforts. In my testimony in May, I discussed SEPTA's transit police serving a vulnerable entity unit, or SAVE unit, which pairs transit police officers with trained outreach specialists to connect those in need to substance use treatment, behavioral health services, and other assistance. At that time, the SAVE unit had grown from a pilot program to a 7-team unit deployed throughout the system. Since last October, those 7 teams have had approximately 2,550 engagements and hundreds of referrals to social service providers. In response to this success, the SEPTA board in September awarded $3.6 million in new contracts with third-party providers to provide more social service specialists to patrol SEPTA in tandem with transit police officers. To assist and coordinate the authority's efforts to address issues related to vulnerable populations on our system, SEPTA this spring established the Vulnerable Population Action Team. This evolved into what we now call the SCOPE initiative. SCOPE stands for safety, cleaning, ownership, partnership, and engagement. Ken Divers and his team work closely with SEPTA Transit Police, operations, and system safety personnel to direct our planning and response activities. The team also serves as a single point of contact to coordinate with the city, community groups, and social service organizations to ensure that SEPTA's initiatives complement and support broader goals. SCOPE is emerging as a national model for the transit industry, and Ken was a featured panelist at the American Public Transportation Association's annual meeting earlier this month. SEPTA has also been invited to present about our efforts at South by Southwest next March, a conference where innovation and government policies will be shared. In addition to the Transit Police SAVE Unit and SCOPE, SEPTA continues to remind customers of their important role in helping to keep the system and their fellow customers safe while on SEPTA. Our customers and employees are the eyes and ears of the SEPTA system, and we ask them to be active participants. If a customer or employee sees something that is not right, we need them to say something immediately by calling 911, using an emergency call button in stations or on vehicles, or alerting nearby SEPTA personnel using SEPTA's Transit Watch app. SEPTA's Transit Watch app is an immediate, discreet way for customers to talk in real time with SEPTA Transit Police about any incident that occurs on SEPTA. I encourage every SEPTA customer and employee with a smartphone to download this intuitive, easy-to-use app to their phone. I understand palm cards with information about the Transit Watch app were delivered to all of your offices, and I hope you will join SEPTA in promoting this important public safety tool to your constituents. SEPTA is also working to leverage existing technology, specifically our network of more than 28,000 stationary and vehicle-based video cameras. The Transit Police Department is in the process of standing up a new virtual transit police patrol center that will allow SEPTA to maximize policing resources and extend our capacity to monitor and respond to incidents in real time in an effective and responsible manner. For those thinking of committing violent crime on SEPTA, know this: you are going to be on camera somewhere on our system, and we will use every available resource to make sure you are held accountable. Finally, SEPTA is even using infrastructure improvements to bring greater security to our customers and employees, as we did earlier this year, investing more than $1 million in station repairs and upgrades at Allegheny, Somerset, and other stations on the Market Frankford line. Most will agree that the focused attention has made a difference. Following those targeted emergency station repair activities, vulnerable population engagements increased. Cleanliness scores as judged by our customers improved, and SEPTA station personnel improved working conditions. I want to thank the leadership and the support of Council members Quinona Sanchez and Squilla for convening such productive meetings with your community leaders and constituents. In the coming weeks, SEPTA will focus on implementing the following strategies and tools to keep our customers and employees safe. We'll be refining and expanding the security guard concept that is currently being piloted to cover additional stations and trains. We'll be onboarding the more than 50 new social service specialists that the SEPTA board approved in September to help with outreach to the vulnerable population. We'll be equipping social service specialists with police radios to enable direct communication with transit police. We'll be continuing programs to hire additional station cleaners and equip them with SEPTA cell phones to enable direct communication with the Transit Police Dispatch. We'll be continuing our efforts to hire more additional transit police officers. We'll be initiating a high school internship program to encourage city residents to consider careers with our SEPTA Transit Police Department. And we'll be using our Transit Police YouTube channel to engage with the public and seek their assistance. We are committed to continuing to develop proactive strategies to address safety and security on the system, while working with our government partners, law enforcement, and community and social service stakeholders to find solutions for shared societal changes. And I so appreciated that messaging as we opened up this public hearing today. In the wake of the rape on the Market-Frankford line, I joined the Pennsylvania chapter of the National Organization for Women at Rallies in Philadelphia and Upper Darby to support the victim and to bring awareness to women's safety. And following the disturbing incident on the Broad Street line, Chief Nestel and I were invited by Councilwoman Gim and others to join meetings with the victims, the Asian American community, the school district, and others. While SEPTA cannot solve these pervasive societal issues alone, I was deeply encouraged by the commitment of so many to partner with SEPTA on initiatives that will make a real difference in safety, security, and quality of life for those who rely on SEPTA every day. We look forward to continuing to work with City Council, the administration, the Philadelphia Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, and other stakeholders committed to ensuring that SEPTA is safe, accessible, and welcoming for all. Thank you so much for holding this very important hearing. And at this time, I would like to introduce SEPTA Transit Police Chief Tom Nestel, and we all look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairman, members of council, I appreciate the invitation to come today. Good afternoon. During my 40 years of service, I have had the honor to be in this forum many times to hear testimony from people who want to make Philadelphia safer. Over those 40 years, justice has changed dramatically. In the past, the most popular response to community concerns about disorder was to increase police presence and enforcement. Society no longer accepts that view, and the message has been clearly sent through protest, legislation, changes in prosecution, and the altering of enforcement processing. The transit police do not fight society's call for change, they embrace it and adapt. I would like to describe SEPTA's challenges in maintaining order and the adaptations that have been made to address those challenges in today's environment. The transit police team is constantly evaluating, analyzing, and adapting to prevent crime and address the persons responsible for making the system unsafe. SEPTA is suffering from the same issues that the rest of Philadelphia is battling: addiction, mental illness, poverty, unemployment, and a variety of other factors affect the likelihood of crime occurring. There is an inexplicable increase in violence throughout our region, and SEPTA has not been immune to this societal problem. I love being a transit police officer. I'm so proud of what is done by officers in the field every day on and around the SEPTA system. I work with people who are doing fabulous things during very confusing times. When a crime occurs, it is a sight to see as the switch is flipped, which transforms officers from being public relations ambassadors to intense searchers of criminals. While the focus of the transit police is SEPTA facilities and vehicles, officers have made multiple arrests in neighborhoods surrounding stations or assisted in solving major crimes through the use of SEPTA's video system. Just a small sampling of such incidents includes a suspect who shot someone at Kensington and Allegheny, a man who shot and killed a person in the 5200 block of Frankford Avenue, a man armed with a gun at Broad and Olney during a multiple victim shooting, and the Macy's rapist. The members of the transit police consistently apprehend armed persons without the use of deadly force. The last time a transit police officer utilized deadly force was in 2017 after a man shot and killed someone and chose to point his gun at police instead of surrender. Rarely is a complaint received alleging excessive force, and when there is such an incident, the department usually detects it without a victim notifying us. I tell you this because while we're focused on keeping people safe, we do that by ensuring that people are treated with respect and dignity. In keeping with the goal of ensuring respect and dignity, the transit police recognized that there were ways to minimize contacts with riders that caused friction. One of those ways was to equip every officer with an iPhone so that when an incident occurs on the system, officers receive a picture of the suspect so that innocent people are not being stopped just because they fit the description of the offender. Another way the transit police reduced negative contacts was by becoming the first department in the region to require the use of body cameras. Doing so in 2016 reduced complaints alleging incidents of unprofessional conduct by police. The SEPTA system has buses, trolleys, and trains which travel through the neighborhoods of Philadelphia. The crime maps provided by the Philadelphia Police Department clearly show the amount of violence surrounding SEPTA stations and bus loops. The intensity of violent crime that permeates the communities that SEPTA serves is not reflected at the same rate on the system. Every day, service is disrupted by addiction-related issues such as overdoses and purses in crisis. So far in 2021, the transit police have delivered 391 Narcan treatments. The 2021 total as of November 20th is 100 more treatments than were given in the entire year of 2020. The transit police conduct well-being checks on persons who are not conscious and alert. So far, in 2021, there were 27,407 such checks done by officers on patrol. SEPTA has created a code of conduct which prohibits riders from lying on the floor or from obstructing passageways. So far in 2021, there were 69,418 code of conduct violations addressed by officers on patrol. The system has become a magnet for persons suffering from mental illness. Those members of the vulnerable community are seeking safety and shelter. So far, in 2021, the transit police transported 48 people to mental health crisis response centers for involuntary commitments because they presented an imminent threat to themselves or others. The persons taken for treatment are frequently observed back on the system within hours of being taken to the CRC. One man jumped into the track area 4 times in a 48-hour period. And then officers arrested him on the 4th time. A young mother told an officer in a subway station that she could no longer care for her children and wanted to kill herself by jumping in front of a train. The officer arranged for a family member to pick up the children and took the woman to a crisis response center for treatment. Within hours, the woman was released from the crisis response center. A review of past involuntary commitments revealed that of 76 cases in which persons were taken for treatment, only 3 officers were subpoenaed to appear at the mandatory probable cause hearing, which must occur to detain a person for longer than 48 hours of mental health treatment. So far in 2021, there were 5,360 people cited by the transit police for summary violations such as smoking, fare evasion, and urinating in public. In Philadelphia, persons cited for summary violations are required to appear in court. However, if the offender fails to appear, no warrant is issued. In fact, when an offender fails to pay their fine if found guilty, no warrant is issued. A month's worth of SEPTA summary cases was conducted to determine whether offenders appeared for court and paid their fines. Nearly 90% of the offenders failed to appear for court, and 100% failed to pay their fine. The transit police are budgeted for 260 sworn members. The department presently has 213 members. In October, 865 applicants were notified that the first stage of the hiring process would be held. 42 out of that 865 appeared for the physical agility test, and 12 passed. By the time the processing is completed, the department might gain one member out of that 12 that passed the first stage. These are the challenges that face the mass transit system in Philadelphia, and here's what SEPTA has done to confront and adapt to the obstacles that I've described. SEPTA has dedicated $3.6 million to fund social service specialists teamed with police officers who are assigned to high-volume stations. The outreach specialists, which were increased from 7 to more than 50 by the end of 2021, respond to incidents involving persons in crisis as a result of addiction or mental health issues. They also establish relationships with the vulnerable population so that when a person is ready for treatment, the SAVE and SCOPE teams facilitate that request for help. Since July 2021, there were 812 contacts and 102 referrals done by the social service specialists contracted by SEPTA. Academic evaluations of these programs are being conducted to assess their success or failure. To counter the challenges of the mental health problems on the system, the transit police have teamed with DBH-IDS to evaluate the 73 involuntary commitments to determine what steps can be taken to improve the rate of treatment. DBH-IDS has assigned a staff member to serve as our liaison with the crisis response centers. Additionally, a mental health professional from the University of Pennsylvania's Crisis Response Center patrols with a transit police officer Monday through Friday. The transit police also have more than half of its members who have completed crisis intervention training. Instead of issuing citations which do not result in repercussions for failing to appear in court or pay the fines, transit police issue a SEPTA ticket, which has a standard fine of $25. This takes the violation out of the criminal courts and provides an opportunity for violators wanting to take responsibility for their violation to pay a reasonable fine. Violators are tracked in a database so that repeat offenders can be warned and subsequently banned from entering SEPTA property or using SEPTA services. If a person disregards the ban, she or he is arrested for misdemeanor trespass. SEPTA has asked the district attorney's office to then channel the repeat offender into a diversionary program that can address the underlying issues causing the criminal behavior. The transit police engaged in an effort to connect summary violators with job opportunities at SEPTA and with First Step staffing. 200 violators were given hand cards encouraging them to contact the transit police so that they could help facilitate employment for persons. This is an endeavor to prevent crime through jobs. Hiring of police recruits is an ongoing priority. While that occurs, security guards have been contracted to serve as a visible deterrent and to function as field observation posts for the transit police. In addition to guards, a virtual patrol element has been initiated as a force multiplier that monitors multiple stations for conditions that may be conducive to crime and disorder. The virtual patrol element is being increased to further assist the field patrols. The transit police have very strong relationships with various law enforcement agencies, including the Philadelphia Police Department and the Philadelphia School District. As a result of those relationships, constructive sharing of information and collaboration in the deployment of resources occurs on a daily basis. The transit police are constantly adapting to the changing conditions and are committed to making the system safe for its riders and employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Kenneth, are you going to be doing testimony? Say your name and your title and begin your testimony.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Kenneth Divers, and I am the Vulnerable Population Lead here at SEPTA. And I'll be speaking to you about our SCOPE program. Just want to welcome everyone on the call today, including my General Manager, Leslie Richards, and of course, our Chief of Police, Tom Nistel. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today about our SCOPE program, which we developed to address the challenges presented by the vulnerable population on our system. Now, this population comprises of individuals experiencing homelessness, people with substance abuse and addiction issues, and those dealing with mental health concerns. These are complex and often interconnected problems that are pervasive in society. They will not be solved without long-term systemic change. Then, as our general manager said, the name SCOPE stands for safety, cleaning, ownership, partnership, and engagement, principles that undergird every aspect of our work. We developed SCOPE after months of careful interviews with our customers and employees, including elevator monitors, bus and trolley operators, regional rail workers, custodial workers, cashiers, managers, and other employees from across our organization. We also consulted mental health and substance abuse experts and social workers to help identify the services needed and how best to deliver them. Finally, we closely track where the vulnerable population were congregating on our system and the times of day or night when incidents of concern were occurring. This allowed us to develop a heat map identifying problem areas and enabling us to deliver targeted services. Now, our immediate goal is to put our resources to best possible use to prevent potential incidents from ever taking place. Our larger goal is to make homelessness, in the words of OHS, rare, brief, and non-recurring. Now, let me talk to you about our strategy, which rests on 3 pillars. The first pillar we have is we put people first. The primary goal of SCOPE is to ensure the health and safety of employees, riders, and vulnerable individuals. Some of the safety measures we've taken include, as noted by Chief Nistel, we have added private security guards to offset coverage gaps, increasing the lighting in stations, installing elevator monitors, equipping maintenance and custodian workers with SEPTA cell phones to enable direct communication with the transit police dispatch, supplying the 57 outreach workers with police radios. We've also enhanced available tools, as our general manager stated earlier, which including the Transit Watch app, which recently was reconfigured to offer additional reporting categories. Now, this has made it easier for our customers and employees to make reports to us and has doubled the use of the app over a year. I will also like to share a couple of situations in which SCOPE co-responder model was deployed to prevent potential problems. One example is one of the achievements over the last 6 months was the SEPTA static improvement of multiple disciplinary teams, including outreach workers, elevator attendants, maintenance custodian, and police officers at the Somerset station. This approach was proven to be effective as we have received positive feedback from customers, cashiers, and civic leaders that they feel more secure. When our SCOPE team received notification of a couple who had encamped inside the passenger shelter at the Wissahickon train station, the team immediately visited the station and contacted our co-responder team of SEPTA police and outreach workers from Marrakech. They met with the individuals who were encamped there and successfully placed them in services that met their needs. Another example is there was a larger encampment of about 20 individuals at the garage at the Norristown Transportation Center. We were able to dispatch SEPTA police, bridges and buildings, and other supervisors to disband the encampment, which is still clear today. In addition, to safely measure, we have enhanced our cleaning efforts by adding additional staff and more cleaning shifts at multiple stations, cleaning and upgrading elevators, escalators, lighting, stairways, overpasses, exits, and entrances at multiple stations. We are developing additional job responsibilities, including monitoring elevators and bathrooms for the key platform attendant and maintenance custodians. We've also creating a partnership with the city's Community Life Improvement Program, which you know is CLIP, an initiative that works to clean up and revitalize Philadelphia neighborhoods. We have surveyed our riders, and the result of those surveys speaks volumes about our success in making riders feel safer and more comfortable. Satisfaction scores have soared at every station. And at the same time, our employees report feeling safer and more supported at work. From cashiers to station managers and maintenance custodians, we hear positive reviews of a much better work environment. 2, partnership is the cornerstone of our program. We have a history of developing strategic alliances with outside partners, including Project Home and the City of Philadelphia. With Scope, we are building on that approach and develop a comprehensive network of partners throughout our 5-county service area. These partners are providing us with new resources to deploy to known hotspots. Our paid partners include Marquee Parkside Recovery, One Day at a Time, and Eagle Staffing. With the help of these social welfare agencies, we have connected, as our chief said, hundreds of vulnerable individuals to needed services. Equally important, we have developed volunteer partnerships by encouraging others to work with us to take ownership of different aspects of the work we are doing. Now, these partners include our health navigators, which is a team of first-year medical students who are fulfilling their health advocacy practicum requirement while assisting with the vulnerable population at the 69th Street Transportation Center. The services they provide include connecting individuals with health and social services, transitional housing, treatment, and other wraparound services. Horizon House, which provides emergency housing and behavioral health services. Operation Rebound, a partnership of Norristown Police Department and Godenza House, which operates nonprofit drug and alcohol treatment centers. Your Way Home, a public-private partnership that provides a coordinated housing crisis response system and has a SEPTA employee, Rochelle Coolbrith, manager of our legislative affairs for SEPTA, on its board. Delaware, and we also partner with Delaware County Department of Human Services. And finally, 3, readiness and expansion is our third pillar. Our model is to take what we've learned, the initiatives that have been tested in a limited area and found it to work well, and expand to more parts of our system. We recently received approval to greatly augment our social service contracts, allowing us to increase our outreach workers from 7 to 57. These workers will be deployed to Allegheny Stations, Frankfort Transportation Center, Huntington Station, Jefferson Station, 69th Street Transportation Center, Suburban Station, and so many others. We are exploring advocacy opportunities to highlight the need for more emergency shelter, transitional, and long-term housing with key partners. We continue our campaign to increase awareness and the use of the SEPTA Transit Watch app. We are also continuing to raise awareness of our efforts through events such as the recent proclamation presented to us by and to the Montgomery County by Representative Matt Bradford, APTA, HUD's point in time count, and South by Southwest, as our general manager said earlier. Now, it is important to note that despite the advances we have made, we face significant barriers. There are often no beds available. Even when vulnerable individuals are receptive to public shelter, there's nowhere to take them. Winter will add to that number of individuals seeking refuge on SEPTA vehicles and in our stations. Mental health services are not adequate for the amount of need. And many individuals face complex challenges at home, including elder abuse and exploitation by guardians. Even so, we are confident that by raising awareness and harnessing the power of partnership, we will continue to make progress toward eliminating homelessness on our system and assuring the safety and comfort of our riders and employees. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And before I turn it over to my colleagues to ask questions, I just had a couple questions. Well, first I'm going to start off by just commending your team, Leslie, for at least coming to the table with some solutions, right? Before we even get into the discussions, I do like how you already are coming with a proactive plan laid out on how your team is working on addressing the issue. I'm definitely want to acknowledge SEPTA taking on the issue of drug and alcohol, because obviously, if we be quite frank, you're in the business of transportation. You're in the business of transportation. This is a societal issue, right, that impacts the ability of you to do business, right, in a high quality environment. And so I commend you for stepping up to the plate and saying, hey, you know what? Although our primary responsibility is transportation, the moving of people around this city and this region, nevertheless, this societal issue is having an impact on our responsibility of doing this, of our ability to transport people around our region, right, in a high quality environment. We're going to step up and address this issue. So I want to acknowledge you and your team, because the last hearing was about, or meeting was about, homelessness on SEPTA. Some council members went out with SEPTA and visited a couple stations and so forth. So thank you for coming back and saying, okay, well, listen, we heard you before, and we're coming back to the table with some solutions on addressing those issues. So I just want to acknowledge you and your team for that, and I hear you loud and clear. I want to get an idea of, this is for Captain Nistel, the number of officers that SEPTA employs. And then two, how are they distributed in terms of our transportation system? Are there hot spots where they're just specifically look, I know about Broad Island because I have family that live in Elkins Park, so I ride to and from, and I see the activity that's going on out there. And so I want to get an idea of your strategy, right, on monitoring the hot spots along our transportation systems.
Yep, Chairman, we have 213 sworn members of the department right now. We does deployment on a daily basis. He's constantly looking at data, reported crime, not only on the system, but surrounding the system. We look at information received from employees. They're such a tremendous source of really good observations at our ridership data. And based on all of the information, we then deploy accordingly. There are definitely hotspots where we have officers assigned throughout the service day. And then there are other officers that are traveling on trains, doing bus loops, checking our facilities, our bus depots, and power facilities. So definitely using data to determine that deployment. And I can tell you that the overwhelming number of our resources are assigned in the Philadelphia area.
And next, I want to let me. Kenneth talked about y'all supplementing some of the law enforcement responsibilities with, I guess, private security. Give me an idea what that looks like.
Yeah, we're not supplementing, and I want to make that crystal clear. They're not replacing police officers. I'm acknowledging that we are short on staffing, and that's not just the SEPTA transit police. That is every police department. And so I'm competing with other departments for candidates. It is very difficult to become a police officer right now. So I can't wait until I can cultivate those resources, which is what we're going to do with our student program. We want to get students into the department, working internship, and get to know the system and say, hey, this will be a good job in the future. But that's a couple years down the road. While we continue to recruit people for the department, I want to get more eyes and ears in the system, and that includes security guards and social service specialists and custodians, all not serving as police officers, but serving as observation posts for us in the field to maximize the use of our police officers. So now when we have a custodian that's on a platform and he sees a problem that he can get on his phone right away, call Transit Police Dispatch, and we bring it up on the camera, we're watching on camera while we dispatch an officer to that location. So it's maximizing the resources that we have while we build our number and having more eyes and ears out there.
And then last, I'll wrap up on this. In terms of working with our youth population, right? Give me an idea of your strategy on I guess I would say prevention and using law enforcement presence as a deterrent of when this young people just make poor decisions. And I remember just as a kid, I went to at Bach High School. We had charter buses that used to pick us up after school, after Bach. And we're talking about children from all across Philadelphia that attend Bach High School, right? But when we get down, when the buses get us down to 8th and Market, at that time was the gallery, right? Now you got hundreds and hundreds of children from all different neighborhoods, all across the city, and sometimes things used to get weird. Now, this is in the early 90s, right? And, you know, you have some people that's just out there to just start trouble, some people there that just hang out, right, before they go home. And I know we just had the recent incident with, you know, some students fighting on the subway. So I want to get an idea of how we attacking like those critical hours, after school hours. I guess it's like 3 to you say 6 or 7, where you know the swarms and swarms of young people are going to be converging upon different parts of the city through our transportation system.
Yep. Chairman, great question. I think everybody in Philadelphia knows that school dismissal time is a critical period of time to try to keep our kids out. It is our heaviest deployment time. We hold over day shift. We bring in night shift early. We have all of our headquarters staff, internal affairs, detectives, all of our personnel are out on the system between 3 and 5. And at 5 o'clock, the watch commander makes a decision based on what's going on around the areas, whether or not we release those additional pieces. You know, we have tremendous partners in the Philadelphia Police Department and the School District of Philadelphia.
Okay.
There is constant communication between those 3 entities, us and two groups, on what's going on in the schools, and we deploy accordingly. Now, we know that there are certain locations, like you said, Broad and Olney, the FTC, 52nd Street. We know there are hubs that are going to have a lot of kids coming through during that time frame. We put officers there to make sure that they're visible and to move them along. You know, the best way to keep them out of trouble is keep them moving. We have teamed up with the school district. I'm sure you're going to hear from Chief Bethel later about some of the programs that he's instituted regarding corrective action on students. We don't want to arrest them. You know, we want to try to get them in programs and get them on the right track without having a record on their future.
Absolutely. And I want to ask Kenneth, I'm going to wrap up with this question. The SCO outreach workers, I think that's a great concept. I like the technology, how it's tied in to make sure that if somebody information has to go to the central police unit, then the information can go there. So I think that's great. Will these workers be wearing any visible uniforms that kind of provide a presence when they're, you know, on the transportation system?
Yes, sir, Councilman. And just call me Ken. That's fine. Everyone else does. But yes, sir. Answer to your question is absolutely yes. A resounding yes. Matter of fact, with our Marikey, who are currently deployed throughout our system, their base location, Councilman, is at FTC, Somerset, and Jefferson, but we reserve the right to pivot them to other stations. And during that, they do have highly visible vest uniforms. In fact, you heard me talk earlier about our our health navigators that we have with one of our local universities, and they're deployed at 69th Street Station. They have a highly visible blue vest that you can see exactly who they are. And in fact, just a case in point is that because of that, we had people who would normally not engage either a SEPTA police or outreach worker without a uniform. Now we start seeing engagement, taking the initiative from the vulnerable population to these outreach workers. So yes, sir. Answer to your question is yes.
Now this sounds like a game changer to me. Is this program duplicated anywhere else in the country?
Well, it's interesting. Leslie Richards talked about being my colleague Flora Castillo and I. We presented down at SEPTA conference in Florida, and we have a very novel approach. Yes, answer to your question is yes. There are agencies that do deploy certain outreach workers across the nation, but none is doing it to the scope, pun intended, about what we're doing it. None is doing it to the extent of what we're doing. So it is really it's really a game changer, and we're on the vanguard of this initiative. So looking forward to it. It's an exciting time for us.
It just reminds me of the work that the chairman of public safety does. And we always, people see the work we do publicly, but we do even more work behind the scenes, right? Trying to get organizations to collaborate, public-private partnerships, people stepping up to the plate and saying, okay, you know what, from a leadership standpoint, how can my agency get those who can influence change in the room, right, to create those type of partnerships and collaborations to get things done. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Curtis Jones, who has questions. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you again, Member O, for bringing this to a hearing status. Director Richardson, I want to commend you for leaving your safe Harrisburg post to come down here and ride this train with us. And thank you for your staff's involvement. And I just want to cite for the record that at 7 a.m. This morning, representatives of SEPTA Police were on a roll call that we do every Monday, dealing with about a dozen local schools in my district, talking about logistics for keeping our young people safe. And they happen to be a percentage of that ridership. And we do things, we discovered in crime mapping that at 52nd and Lansdowne, which is a major hub for a number of schools catching buses to and from school, that there seemed to be an instance of violence at that particular transit node. And with a little more discovery, we realized that the issue was a very popular pizza place right on that corner that all the young people wanted to be at the same time. And one of the things that we were able to do, and with your cooperation, is one, we changed dismissal times. We made sure that buses arrived on time to move large bodies of students out of the area so that they didn't come in conflict with each other. That simple logistics helped prevent some of those instances. So I want to publicly thank you for it. Having said that, I want to, again, I pointed out that we do not want to point the finger, but point towards solutions. And I want to go back to the number of staffers, particularly uniformed police. What is your current complement again?
213.
And how is that different in prior years? Is it up? Is it down?
It is down. Although we're budgeted for 260 and have been budgeted for 260 for the 9 years that I've been here, the number has usually been around 230.
So we're 30 officers or so down, and you chronicled some of the difficulties recruiting and successfully training officers. I get that. How do you deploy them? What is your basis of deployment? And you can skip to the answer I'm looking for, which is statistical fact deployment based on instances, or how do you do it?
Yeah, we rely very heavily on data analysis, and that's calls for services, reported crime both on the system and around the system, information from employees, ridership numbers. All of this information goes into the pot when we consider where we need to put people, and information from our partners, the school district, the Philadelphia Police Department. They let us know about problems, and we change it day to day.
So I would, without the help of those statistics, know that Broad Island and places like the Clothespin, 15th Street are high volume areas where you're going to get a lot of that. What I want to draw your attention to is in the 3rd Council District and the 4th Council District, and I want to go from 46th Street to 52nd Street to 56th and Market to 63rd and Market, and say that based on conversations I've had with constituents, based on the fact that I can't often get my own staffers, I could throw a rock out my window and hit your platform at 60th Street. I'm in an office there now. I can't get my staffers to want to go to my other office on that subway because they feel unsafe. And things that were cited, I dug down a little deeper, that the homeless population and transit population is not, it is a social concern, and I get it, but it's almost like there are 2-3 shifts within SEPTA. There's the 8:30 to maybe 4 o'clock shift where, there is a high population of workers riding, and there's a sense of safety. But I was told after like 8 o'clock, you're asking for it. I mean, that was the quote. And not only do they cite high numbers of young people, high numbers of people that need treatment, but also young predators that are looking for vulnerable people to rob. One of the things that they were concerned about was the absence of visible uniformed police officers going through that elevated platforms and also subway cars. And I wanted to know specifically about the deployment on that particular stretch of SEPTA.
Yeah, that's District 1, and District 1 stretches from 69th Street to 15th Street. They have officers going through each of those stations each day. We're also a part of the 60th Street corridor visibility team with the Philadelphia Police, and we're also a part of the Southwest Division Task Force for drug sales along Market Street. So we do have officers assigned there. I would ask that you encourage people that when they see things to use the Transit Watch app and let us know. We also have virtual patrols occurring.
I'm talking
at a number of different stations.
I applaud you for those efforts, but there's nothing like a uniformed officer going in between those cars. There's no substitute. There's no substitute for those boots on the ground. And I would ask you to provide the chair your deployment along that stretch. And if there is a log that shows that they are there, I would like to see it, because what I've been told by not one, not two, not 10, but dozens of people is that they aren't highly visible. And that particularly at night, I've had people that choose to remain nameless say that they're legally carrying weapons, that it's so bad it's almost like you put your back to the door and you keep your head on a swivel to make sure you're not perceived as vulnerable. And so if we are looking to establish that sense of safety, then that visible officer is one of the, or officers is one of the keys.
Yep, Chairman, I agree with you, and I'll get that information to you, and we'll certainly take a look at at doing a better job along that stretch.
Secondly, I really appreciate you guys and your use of cameras. You, long before the city caught on to how to do a camera system, SEPTA had it going on. I think your headquarters was at 1234 Market. Is it still there?
Yes, sir.
That big room.
Yeah. It's like Star Wars in there. So my question with that, so I appreciate that. Two things. Are you compatible with the Real Time Crime Center, DIBIC, down in South Philly?
We are, yes. They are connected to us.
Okay. And then the second thing is the use of a virtual patrol with those cameras, is it with live eyes on the cameras, or is it after the fact, usually after a incident occurs?
Yeah, we have two systems going on. We have live viewing of cameras that is a limited number right now because we're in the process of hiring a virtual patrol specialist that can do that work. But we have a couple of people that we utilize now, especially during the school dismissal time, for that function. So it is live viewing of cameras. The response camera is an officer assigned in our radio room. When a call comes in for an incident, that officer brings up that station and starts looking at the video, gets a picture of any potential offender, and then sends that picture to the officers working on the line on their iPhone. So now they're responding to that location, they have an idea of what's going on, and they have a picture of the suspect. So they're stopping the right person, and they're getting information before they're even arriving.
So, Mr. Chairman, in our review of Baltimore and John Hopkins School, when they put actual eyes on patrols that did a virtual route of those cameras, checking and checking constantly, not only were they able to apprehend criminals, they were able to prevent crime. So if I were to say, if I had, one wish for you guys is to increase that particular aspect of the cameras. They're in good places. They're in your buses and L's. But if they're real live eyes on, you don't just apprehend criminals. You can work with your boots on the ground, your actual officers, to prevent crime. And there was a 24% drop in Baltimore based on just that utilization. And then with actual boots on the ground, there's dignity in our work, and that security augmentation of security officers is important. There's nothing like somebody in a uniform with the authority to arrest, walking through those cars that make Mrs. Johnson, the senior citizen, look up and feel safer and more willing to take that later shift on the ride home on your system. So those are two things that I would ask, that you increase your actual live eyes on your virtual patrols, and that you actually had officers jumping off, jumping on trains in between the 40th Street to 63rd Street, because that's where it goes down in my district. And I'm sure Ms. Gardier, Member Gardier, will attest to that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're on the same page with that. General Manager Richards has already approved increasing the number of virtual patrol specialists that we can add to our team. And as I said, we want more police officers too. We are actively recruiting and want to increase that. The budget is not the issue. I have the money to spend to hire officers. It's getting good candidates. So please, when you run into people that are interested in being a police officer, send them my way.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair recognizes Councilman David O.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm going to follow along the lines of Councilmember Jones. I agree with him that a uniform officer who has the power to arrest is both a deterrent to crime as well as a confidence builder for people who get on these platforms, trains, and buses, who stand there, and when they see someone, it shows them that SEPTA or the city or the school cares enough to be there. I've been very disturbed by the fact that when I visit a murder location, I went out to 33rd and Diamond after 3 women were shot. There was not one police car there that I saw. I was there the next day. I remember when they used to have patrol cars and officers and all that stuff going on. I mean, I'm not citing one incident. I'm saying there seems to be less attention to the value of having a uniformed police officer, and that is consistent with my conversation with SEPTA workers. While I certainly applaud the money and efforts on social services, so long as it does not impede on 2 things. One is public transportation and public safety. If this is in addition to having a well-run, efficient, clean, and safe transportation system, that is additional things that is wonderful. However, if it is at the cost of public safety, such that people do not want to ride, refuse to ride with great fear, then that is a huge problem. What is the cost of the Allied Security Patrol contract?
I have to check on that, Councilman. I'll let your office know. I don't know off the top of my head.
How many people are we talking about? How many personnel?
Well, I can tell you that we're looking at putting a request for proposals out on at a cost of $4.5 million for coverage on the Market Frankfurt line and the Broad Street line with increased security guards. So that number is in the coming year.
Okay, so I'm just going to express my concern that I've heard $3.6 million for social workers, 57 new social workers, and now you're talking about $4 million for security guards, none of whom can intervene in violent circumstances. They can call, they can observe, they cannot act, and they will not act. They don't have the authority to act. They don't have the training to act. I certainly don't think they're getting paid to put their life on the line. And that is not comforting to riders who are already afraid. Seniors, children, parents, they don't want to use public transportation. And what I have to ask is, how much are SEPTA police officers paid? Is it competitive with county and city law enforcement? How much are they being paid? Is it commensurate with an effort to recruit new police officers?
Our police officers make less than Philadelphia police officers and most county departments.
Can you increase? In other words, perhaps one of the problems may be that you are not paying your police officers enough, and therefore people don't want to be a SEPTA police officer. I don't know. Is that the case?
I don't know, but I mean, there certainly is a desire to increase their salary. But they are part of a collective bargaining agreement that has a contract that our SEPTA's labor relations will be negotiating with them.
I have a discrepancy in numbers. That is that I have one set of information that says SEPTA is 47 officers short. And I have another set of information that SEPTA is 100 officers short. And I guess at some point in time during this hearing, we're going to find out what the difference is. Maybe it's a explainable difference, but is it the fact, and I don't know that it is, that there are 35 officers per shift in the 5-county area? Or is that incorrect?
No, that's incorrect.
What is the officers per shift? Does it vary shift to shift?
The day shift, so between the hours of 6 a.m. and 11 p.m., 12 a.m., you have about the same number of officers. The overnight shift has considerably less.
What is the same number of officers? Like 35, 40, 50? About?
It's in the range of 50 to 60.
And then in the night shift, it drops down to what?
About 15.
For the 5-county area?
Yes.
Okay, and are these patrol officers, or are some of them detectives or investigators? Are they basically administrators at the headquarters? Are they watching video? How many are like on patrol at the station?
Yeah, I'm talking about the people patrolling on a daily basis. We have additional people that we put out at school dismissal time, but I'm talking about patrolling on a daily basis.
I do want to understand, for example, over the summer, I was involved in donating 5,000 PPE masks to SEPTA employees because they did not get PPE from SEPTA. And perhaps there's some explanation of that, but it doesn't seem to coincide with the idea that, in other words, there seems to be significant funds available to do lots of things: housing, social services, shelters, Narcan. But the employees themselves, what is the explanation of the lack of PPE over the summer for the workers themselves?
I'd like to address that, actually. Every SEPTA employee has adequate PPE. Everybody's been issued masks. In the beginning, when the CDC was not clear on masks being necessary, nor were they clear that it would be helpful for everyone to wear masks, we had not distributed masks. But as soon as the CDC issued it, we did not have any procurement issues. We got masks out immediately. We were given thousands, tens of thousands of masks directly from FTA. Our employees got a variety of different choices in masks. And so if they needed gloves, if they needed sanitizer, if they needed a mask, any PPE, every employee had that. Again, in the beginning, it was a little confusing before the CDC issued what was best, but as soon as they did, we worked very closely with the FTA to make sure that they got out. And we even made masks available free in various locations and on our vehicles for every single rider, and masks are still required for anybody being on our system.
All right, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next we have, give me 1 second, make sure I stay in order. Next I have Councilwoman Helen Gim.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I really want to thank the panelists today for your work in very difficult times. I know that with Chair Richards, we've talked a lot about how to increase ridership on SEPTA, and I want to acknowledge SEPTA's work in helping do so. Number one, by committing to a pre-pandemic promise to allow young children ages 12 and under to ride free with their parent, eliminating the cost of the very first transfer fee. I know that came at a cost to SEPTA, but I think one of the things that we're both really committed to is trying to see ridership improve. And I do hope that both those things that you committed to pre-pandemic And by holding to them through the pandemic and beyond is a demonstration of the commitment that SEPTA has really to its ridership. I also want to acknowledge the work, again, as I said, of Chief Nistel and your whole team. I know that you personally committed a lot to ensuring that there was justice served for the young woman who was sexually assaulted, as well as the students who were assaulted more recently on SEPTA. I've seen you be in those meetings with them, and I know that you take all of this work very seriously. And so I hope that the questions that we have for you today are done in a spirit of partnership, of recognizing how important the transit system is to not only the city's, ability to maintain connections, but actually to our overall economy, to the regional health of the Delaware Valley, and also, of course, to our sense of security. One just very basic question, because I think you talked about this a bit, that SEPTA is probably the most surveilled system. Almost anything that happens on SEPTA, either in a platform or in a train car, is likely to be caught on camera. I'm just curious, with the PPD, we often ask about clearance rates, ability to identify, people who commit harm against others. Do you have a number on the clearance rates for assaults or things like that would include being able to identify and arrest an individual?
I do have clearance rates for this year's robberies so far, and that is 35%, and for assaults, 51%.
Okay. And, just noting that, especially as compared with the police department, certainly around a lot of our concerns around homicides, that number is significantly higher, 3 to 4 times higher than what we've seen around homicides. So I know that do you credit that with, with the surveillance, or how would you, to what do you think your ability to identify individuals who commit acts, what do you credit that to?
Yeah, I do credit it to the camera system. The camera system gives us tremendous leads, and also gives us the ability to do a lot of work without having to have constant contact with the victim. So it's better for the victim. It gives us a chance to trace the path of the suspect from where he or she may have come from and where they went, which gives us leads to where they might live. It is a tremendous tool.
Thank you. I know that SEPTA's ridership is down significantly, and as I said, we're interested in bringing that ridership up. But right now we have young people returning back to school and riding those SEPTA lines. What would you say the percentage of young people, before, I don't know how much young people comprise on the SEPTA ridership system. Would you say that because young people are riding the system every day to go to school, do young people comprise a higher portion of the ridership now, at this particular time than they had pre-pandemic?
Yeah, we have right now our ridership is around 400,000, and there are 60,000 school passes. So that's the numbers that we have right now.
Okay, and did you say 60,000, Chief Nistel?
Correct. 60,000 school passes. Yeah.
Okay, so a significant number, 15% or so.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. And then what would you say would have been pre-COVID?
We were in the 800,000 to 1 million ridership numbers.
Okay. All right, that's very helpful. So what's, one of our main questions, because as I said, some of the concerns around safety, especially with young people being such a significant portion of the ridership right now on the system, what strategies, including partnerships with schools or school communities, have been put in place to ensure the safety of children and youth, particularly on the system?
Yeah, that is our heaviest deployment time, the school dismissal time, and we assign people based on what information we get from the school district during the course of the day. We know where problems are brewing, and then we're just visible at normal high volume locations to keep the students moving and headed through without problems. We deal very well with school district and with the Philadelphia Police Department. So when there are locations where a problem might be, all three groups coordinate and collaborate, and we know exactly and can spread them out, so we're not duplicating what someone else is doing.
Along the Broad Street line, how many schools do you think have students that kind of are riding the Broad Street line regularly?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I can certainly get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's probably dozens at this point that are on the Broad Street line.
Well, a point of information that I have to. I'll be remiss if I didn't still put out there, Captain and Leslie. It probably would be information that y'all should have probably had coming into the hearing based upon the incident that did take place with the young people. So we should have like at least an estimate of how many young people every single day after school hours that are on our transit system, rather that's taking a trolley system, rather that's taking a subway system, rather that's taking the L system, as well as the bus system. And I just had to put that out there simply for the fact that, obviously the video that went viral, that's the only one that went viral. I'm quite sure there's other incidents that do take place on a day-to-day basis. So, having that information available just kind of shows it's already going into your strategy and your plans to protect young people.
Sure. Chairman, that number is
go ahead.
That number is as many as 60,000 kids every day.
Okay. All right.
I think one of the questions is, if we could go back, part of it is knowing the different types of schools that pour onto the Broad Street line, and as the chairman pointed out, the different types of schools that pour onto the L, recognizing that kids they're coming in from all over and they're going all over. But as they both converge in the morning, but mostly I think what we're looking for are those, as you noted, areas where they're going to converge at the end of the school day. It's kind of getting a sensibility and an assistance in helping communicate more directly and easily with those schools, principals, et cetera, that are going to be closest to those lines. So we're just trying to think about different ways to communicate a little better with school communities in particular.
And that happens, council member. Each district lieutenant coordinates with school representatives in their district, and they know which of the stations are more likely to have kids boarding and exiting, and then they deploy accordingly based on that information. There's the police district commanders and the school district.
I know that one of the questions that's come up has been, obviously the Broad and Olney station is a significant one, but it seems that while I think that there's a recognition of the convergence, it's not clear that the dialogue with the school communities is necessarily like two-way directly with the school communities. So when there are significant problems, or if there's known to be conflict amongst schools, it's not clear from my understanding, especially given the last couple of weeks talking with some of the school communities that are along the Broad Street line, that there has been like a resolution or any kind of like external type of thing that could go on among schools, or a way to communicate with SEPTA more directly about school conflicts that are occurring, to help figure out a different solution, so that it's more of a two-way street rather than a one-way, SEPTA will inform you about XYZ. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, I know that we communicate with school safety much more than the school administrators. I'll certainly work on that. But I can tell you that this school year, we've been sharing our reports and our video with school administrators when we have issues that occur on the system that don't necessarily rise to the level of criminal behavior, but just behavior that we'd like the school to take a look at to try to prevent from becoming criminal behavior. And that's been occurring this year.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional supports that SEPTA needs from the city or school district to improve your efforts or to help make coordination more effective?
Well, I can tell you that Councilmember Jones's 7 a.m. call with the schools in his councilmanic district, I think is a great idea. I'd love to see that happen in each of the councilmanic districts, just to improve upon the communication and coordination between transit police and the school administrators.
Okay, I appreciate that. And maybe we can talk a little bit offline about other ideas. I think we were discussing a little bit about the Broad Street corridor, and if there are things that schools and school communities can both hear from you, but also provide to SEPTA. My last question is, I think this got mentioned earlier, but there was a discussion about call buttons or call boxes, emergency call boxes on the subway, and this is specifically on the subway lines. Are those located in each car?
Yes, each train car has an emergency button, and each platform has multiple boxes that have emergency buttons on them.
And if an individual on a car hits the emergency button, what could they expect to see?
A response from the operator of that train, and then at the next stop, a check by that operator to see what the problem is.
Okay.
Just to clarify, there are 6 call boxes on every vehicle, and we do encourage calling 911 for an immediate response, and then the call boxes are also wonderful as well, just to let people know that there are those 2 options.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, I have, there's comments from Councilman Mark Squill and Councilman Curtis Jones, but let me do this. I'm going to defer real quick to Councilman Curtis Jones, and then I had queued up Councilman Jamie Gaudier. Mr. Chair?
Thank you so much. Real quick, and I want to hear what Member Gaudier has to say. When we talk about the infrastructure bill, describe for me projects other than the hiring of police officers. That's a personnel issue. Tell me about infrastructure improvements that might somehow impact some of the public safety aspect. Director Richards.
Sure. I do want to emphasize our transit police issue is not and we'll look at the salary issues that came up here. We will definitely explore that and how we can encourage the numbers of police officers applying to our police department. But that is not a salary officers. We currently have 213 that are filled. So I just wanted to, just to clarify, where that is coming from. We are excited about the federal bill. We're taking a look and seeing what we can do. There are several construction projects. There are ADA accessibility projects that we are going after. And, we're figuring out which projects also have a safety component to them and making sure that they get accelerated. There will be a lot of competitive grants that are available. I don't want to turn this into a funding issue, but I do want to just remind everybody on this call that SEPTA's capital budget is almost a quarter of what other systems are. So Chicago, DC, Boston, their capital budgets this year will be over $2 billion, and ours is at $617 million. So just want people to know the tight resources that we work with as far as infrastructure, and that the new federal bill will bring $120 to $150 million more a year. So it is not going to be this huge transformative capital budget program that is going to allow us to do things that we haven't been doing so far. But of course, we would love to work with everybody to go over those competitive grants that we know will be out there again that will help us improve a lot of our stations, making sure that obviously when we're looking at safety, but we've already done a lot of them as far as lighting is concerned, as far as access is concerned, as far as you saw what we did at Somerset, where we made sure that there are good view, sheds that we have when we have our station police officers up there, that they are also where they need to be. I don't know if Chief Mistel or even Ken Divers, if you want to briefly comment on some of the infrastructure improvements that we would be looking at to continue where we've seen positive results in terms of safety.
Leslie, I just want to say that what we've done, Chairman, is that we've hardened stations in the areas where we saw a greater need for the vulnerable and some people who have ill-gotten intentions to hide out. So what we've done, we were able to harden those stations, put up different infrastructure to prevent those type of nook and crannies from becoming prevalent.
So what would be interesting to this committee, but provided to the chair, is if you took a deeper dive on a station like Broad Island and said, here's our safety plan for this specific transit stop, or 40th Street, or 46th, or 52nd, and said, we looked at all of the surrounding, working with that infrastructure, that a video camera displayed at a panic button that somebody could push, and a live person would come on to respond and be able to observe what is going on at that station. So the first thing, that when somebody robs you, they take your cell phone. Cell phone is gone. So bringing back that old-fashioned phone booth almost with a modern twist, with a camera, with instant eyes, might be something that gives a person riding at night a greater sense of security. But whatever those plans are, to specifically provide a 2.0 safety plan to each one of those stops that could be submitted to the chair would be a great way of reinforcing confidence that we are all on this security thing.
Yeah, we will get that information to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Jamie Gaudier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I wanted to acknowledge General Manager Leslie Richards and the whole team at SEPTA for their hard work during a very trying time, not just in the past several months, but throughout the pandemic. And I'm glad that we're having this hearing, but I also feel like General Manager Richards has been very transparent in her call for assistance from the city and other partners in hearings, in private meetings, in a number of forums. And so while Obviously SEPTA has to take the lead on public safety, on its system. I think we do have to acknowledge that SEPTA is dealing with a lot of issues that we're seeing in the city more broadly, whether it be opioids, whether it be homelessness, whether it be gun violence, and all of us have to be together at the table on a solution. I wanted to also thank my colleague, Councilmember Jones, for bringing up, the feedback that we've gotten from constituents on the West Philadelphia portion of the Market Frankfurt L. I too, and our office too, has received requests for more of a visible presence, both around the SEPTA stations, but also on commercial corridors in general, which tend to coincide with the location of SEPTA stations. I wanted to hear more about how you coordinate with PPD on that issue, and if there are even more ways of increasing that coordination to provide more service to the stations, but also to the connected commercial corridors.
Good afternoon, council member. I have the great fortune of having a number of friends at the Philadelphia Police Department, so the coordination and collaboration is effortless. And I can tell you from my list of virtual meetings that I am on their frequently invited list. So I think that there is really good communication with the Philadelphia Police Department, and I know that they value us as a partner in the areas where we have stations.
Okay, I would be interested in Councilmember Jones's request to see that safety plan and like what that looks like around the stations, particularly the stations in West Philly. And I also wanted to chime in on this conversation about where and how many more police officers we have. Obviously, police fulfill a function that other areas of the city or other agencies in the city cannot fulfill. But I think that your SAVE program is a great example of how you've thought very creatively about an issue and how you could address it using both police presence, but also other resources, outreach workers, social service programs. And I would encourage us to think about that as it relates to the whole system, right? And as it relates to the issues that we're seeing in the city more broadly, even beyond homelessness or drug addiction. Certainly, in the most violent instances, we would need a police presence. But I would also question, are there ways that we can think creatively about the times on SEPTA where we have a lot of kids, right? Do we need is it necessary to have more armed police officers in cars during that time, or are there other ways that we can think about that? The school district right now is employing a Safe Corridors to School program where they're working with civilians to keep kids safe as they travel, to and from school. Might there be ways that we can think about something similar as it relates to having responsible adults on SEPTA cars? And so, and might there be ways that we could also use, join a police approach with a social service and outreach approach as it relates to safety more generally around our stations? The same way that we've dug in a very creative way as it relates to issues where we were having problems in Kensington with public safety is the same way that we can think about public safety throughout the system. And so I would encourage us to do that before we kind of go back into the same habit of asking armed police officers to do everything, even when, that's not the only solution that we can employ. And I say this as a parent who has a child traveling on SEPTA going to and from school. So I also have a personal stake in this issue. So thank you very much.
I agree with you, council member, and we're adapting one of the plans that the SCOPE program had, which has nursing students that are working with folks that have addiction issues and health issues and connecting them to facilities and treatment. We're looking at doing something similar with child psychology students, having them on the system during school dismissal time. The idea is to have less contact with the police and more contact with folks that are better equipped to deal with our student population.
Thank you so much for that information and for thinking through this work in that way. And I think I kept saying save when I meant scope, but I really appreciate the efforts that you all have taken on, and I just want to recommit myself to being a part of figuring this out. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other questions from members of the committee. I want to thank you for your time and participating. I'm sorry, Councilman Mark Squilla. I'm sorry, last question from members of the committee. Councilman Mark Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs, and thank you, SEPTA, Leslie, and Chief for being here, and Ken for really providing the information that is necessary for us to understand what is being done and what can be done. Obviously, when we're looking to make these changes for people to feel safe, what we're hearing is that, folks, when they're riding, if they don't feel safe, they don't want to ride. And that's something SEPTA does not want. That's something the city doesn't want, because when we talk about congestion and safety in the streets, we know public transportation is a major part of our success. A lot of people had asked the questions already about what we can do. We understand the deployment position that SEPTA's in. But if there was one thing, and I think Councilmember Jones had brought this up, if there was one thing beside hiring additional officers to ride the trains, what would it be to ensure safety that we could tell our residents, constituents, that this is what we're going to do to really make a difference? What would that one thing be?
Look, I would love for this hearing to come out with a real meaningful dialogue afterwards. We've heard it over and over again from several of the speakers already. And so I would love for there to be a proactive, collaborative team that's put together that meets regularly. We already highlighted Councilman Jones's weekly early morning meetings. We will make ourselves available. That has been so helpful. I mean, he shared with us a really easy tweak that we made that had a positive impact. And so we need to get all of the groups together. I mean, you, obviously, the city, the school district, the courts, social service agencies, the police department, the district attorney's office, the Department of Behavioral Health. We need to just get everybody meeting on a regular basis to discuss all of the different facets of this safety issue, and we all need to be working together. It was mentioned earlier, we want to do our part. We are already being proactive, but hearing from you, hearing how it impacts your constituents, hearing how our service can be improved by those who are on it and those who are afraid to get on it. We need to hear this, just like we're using, security teams and third-party consultants to help maximize our police efforts. We need everybody working together. So I think that would be a wonderful outcome. And I don't want to overlook the very simple outcome that we've already asked for, which is to get as many people to download the Transit Watch app. Again, this will allow us to maximize all of our safety and security, actions that we have in place now, and also alert us to what else is needed.
And I want to say also, working with the school district is important, because a lot of the youth who ride the subways and, maybe they don't know where these call boxes are. Maybe that's something that they could even show in school when they're there. I mean, also knowing when time changes are. If there's a half a day, I know after the Central incident, there was SEPTA was ready to prepare and be there for folks exiting, and it didn't seem like people transmitted that information that there was a half a day that day, and so people were a little confused. So
the more we're all speaking, the better informed, we can and keep each other up to date.
Do you guys get a list of schedules? I mean, most of the schedules are the same per school, but then when there are changes, do you guys get that list of changes and when schedules are changed sent directly to SEPTA? Yes, I see Ken saying yes. I'm not sure the
detail of that. I don't know, Chief Nestel, if you're able to comment on that, or Ken, if you know.
Yeah, I believe that both our schedule planning people, our surface transportation, and police get notified when there's a change in the school schedule.
And not just the whole school district, but an individual school who happens to have a half a day that uses the SEPTA. So Ken, you're saying yes, okay.
Yeah,
I know even when we do get that information, it's not always with a lot of lead time, right? We may just find out maybe the morning of, or we may, so, we can get better on that as well. Obviously, that is extremely important, how much time we have, so we can make adjustments.
No, and I agree. I know the council members here are willing to work with you. I think we should use the Jones model to look at that and really make a difference in that communication that makes the school feel better, and makes the students feel better, and it'll definitely make the parents feel better by making sure we equal everybody.
Mr. Chair, you are also muted.
Councilman Squilla, your camera has frozen, and so when it unfreezes, I'll bring you back on as we wrap up this panel. And what I have for Councilwoman Kendra Brooks, who's also present for the hearing, who had a couple questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I'm having some tech issues, so I can't access the chat. I don't want to be in the same situation as Squilla right now. So I'm going to stay off.
I'm back on. I don't know what happened. I got kicked off, but thank you. That was the end of my question. So, council member, go ahead. Proceed with your questions. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Welcome,
and so
Councilman Squilla.
My comments kind of echo the sentiments of my colleagues, both Councilmember Squilla and Gaultier. I think as a parent as well, with two daughters riding SEPTA, one coming from Center City, one coming from the Islandy direction, with us living like right in the middle. I think that it's important that we engage young people in these conversations. After each of the incidents that happened on SEPTA that was discussed earlier, that we're all aware of, I had to have extensive conversations with my daughter, one who is 13 traveling and one 17 traveling, just to hear what their thought process of it. Because when we're talking about fear, sometimes we're talking about fear from a perspective of adults and not as young people, and I wanted them to be aware of the surroundings. So I kind of, to what Councilmember Gaultier mentioned, is making sure that we're taking an approach that's not just over policing, but offering additional supports for young people. Because one of my daughter's sentiments around the incident with the fighting on the subway, to them, they said they fight every day on the subway. So to them, it wasn't a big deal. That's what they do every day. And then from their experience, it was very different than what I see. And I do ride the subway sometimes in the City to go to City Hall. And I think that in order for us to come up with a clear definition of what public safety looks like, we can't exclude the voices of young people, because they're the ones that are affected. Sometimes it's their peers that are engaged in the activities. And if we don't have their perspective, we're kind of missed the point, and we can be funneling resources in a way that's not really helpful if we don't understand the mindset of young people that are actually, using public transportation probably more than some of us more seasoned adults these days. And then my second sentiment, when we talk about over policing, I think about my first experience riding the rails in Minnesota. And I was actually horrified because they had armed officers on the subway, on the rails, and it completely threw me off. I've never experienced anything like that. And I didn't feel safe. So I think that when we think about what it looks like, and what security looks like and what safety looks like, I would suggest that we look at other jurisdictions that have various levels of public safety and see how that sits well with, the constituents here in Philadelphia. But every time I think about more officers, or, when no one on this call per se, we talk about armed officers, I just go back to my experience in Minnesota riding the rails, and there were armed officers on the trains with me. And I was immediately, I didn't feel comfortable. It was a very different experience, and I would hate for us to ever get to that point. I would hope we would never have to get to that point here in Philadelphia, but I think that we should continue these open dialogues and discussion to figure out what does public safety look like and how can we support all folks that are riding public transportation. So thank you for the sponsor of this particular piece of legislation, and thank you for us to continue to have this conversation.
Thank you very much, Councilman Brooks. With that being said, I don't see any other questions from members of this committee. I want to thank all the panelists for being here today and participating. We look forward to this dialogue. GM Leslie Richards, we heard you loud and clear. Right, keep this conversation going beyond today, keeping the lines of communications open on how we can address this issue. And so we hear you, and I'm sure folks will definitely do a follow-up to see how they can be supportive overall, because at the end of the day, it's going to take all of us to address this issue to keep our young people and also the riders of SEPTA safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
First on the next panel, we have Christina Liu, who I believe is also accompanied by a interpreter named Stephanie Sun. And after that panelist, we will have Kevin Bethel.
Thank you. Just please state your name for the record, Ms. Liu, and you could begin your testimony.
喂，你好，我是 Christina Lu 妈妈陈云玲。
Okay.
Hi.
Go Stephanie.
Hi, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Actually, the one to do the testimony instead of Christina Lu is her mom today.
Yes.
We're sorry for the last minute change, and
okay.
I'm here to serve as a volunteer interpreter for them.
Yes. Just tell them to state their name for the record and begin their testimony.
OK， 妈妈，请您陈述一下您的名字，然后开始您的讲话，谢谢。
我是陈云玲。
Her name is Lin Yun Chen.
OK， 你们好。今天我是看到，就是今天有这个会议，是因为我在这个视频里看到我女儿被打的这个事件。
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christina's mom. I feel very heartbroken to watch the video clips that maybe many of you have watched already to see her own daughter be beaten in the SEPTA train.
在这个城市里，这个 SEPTA 这个交通这么严重的要道会发生这么严重的事故，是我不可以想象的。
It was very hard for her to imagine that such a severe violence happened in SEPTA train, which is such an important transportation channel for everyone living in the city.
如果 SEPTA 会有很好的安全措施，我女儿就不会受到身体和心理上的很大的伤害。
If there's good enough security in the SEPTA, her daughter will not be hurt so much physically and also mentally, psychologically.
如果你们认为报警的话，就是你们几分钟可以到呢？
Some people said to report to police. So the mom's question is, if the kids called 911, called the police, and for how long it would take for the police to arrive in the cart in the train.
OK， 然后每个 train 每一个 stop 大概都会3至5分钟，在这里面会发生很严重的暴力事件，还有可能都会有命案的事情发生。
Usually it takes between 3 and 5 minutes for the train to reach the next station. But during those 5 or 3 minutes, very severe violence incidents can happen, including someone may lose their life or murder.
然后就好像这一件事件里面，这些小孩子，如果在你们 SEPTA 发现之前，他们看到他们受伤了，你们如果出来的话，就我们 Christina 就不会介入这件事情里面，就不愿他出来了。这说明就是你们在里面有很严重的就是很严重的就是没有安全措施没有做到。
For example, in the incidents that her daughter was involved, at the beginning, it was a group of teenager boys was insulted and threatened. If at that moment someone, especially if some police or security guard were in the car to stop that happen, then her daughter didn't have to step up and eventually be targeted, be hurt physically.
我现在就想问一下，我们孩子是每一天都要去上课的，然后我们在家里是每一分钟都会担心他每一分钟都会出现这种事情，我们真的很害怕。我真的强烈要求 SEPTA 一定要有安全措施。
Since their children are taking SEPTA train to go to school and back home every day, so the parents worry every second, every minute at home about the safety of their children. So her ask is, please, SEPTA, can you please enhance the security to ensure the safety of all the kids, all the children?
我们希望 SEPTA 可以给我们一个很好的交代，让我们的孩子可以在这个 city 里面安全的生活下去，让我们每一个人都可以在这里出去不怕有什么意外发生。
It was her ask, it was her request, and she hoped to get a clear answer from the SEPTA, which will release everyone's worries, especially parents' worry, to give them confidence when they take public transportation, when they walk in the neighborhood, when they live in the city. They hope they can feel confident about the safety.
Thank you very much, and we will continue to address this issue specifically around public safety and security on our SEPTA transit system.
谢谢您 ，Christina 妈妈。她说，感谢您的反馈，他们会持续继续的努力工作，来提升改进这个公共交通以及公共安全方面的这些举措和问题。您还有什么要讲的吗？
我们需要尽快，不是说我们需要尽快实施，而不是说你们会配合，因为这种时间已经拖了很久。我大儿子就是之前也是在 Central 读书，也给人家打过。
And she said she hoped to see the change to be happen as soon as possible because she felt they have been waiting for more than long enough, and also her other child who is a boy, the son of her, was also be physically attacked, and who was also graduated from Central High.
然后还有就是说，我希望说小孩子就是不要就是被霸凌，我们都是父母，我们都会很心痛。如果我们的 Christina 爸爸妈妈，你会觉得是什么样子的心呢
especially as parents of children, as parents of teenager, they feel extremely hurt to see their own children be bullied, be physically attacked, and be experiencing violence. And she asked every one of us to imagine if you were Christina's parents, how you will feel, how heartbreaking you will be. Christina 妈妈还有什么要讲的吗？
就是我们希望是说，你们那个西里的那些人可以出来，让大家全部都出来，就是希望就是不要再有这第二个 Christina 的事情出现，也不要再有所有那个小孩子被欺负的出现。
She hopes the people all in the city all stand up together or unite to make effort together to ensure a better safety for the children. And she hoped the incident related to Christina would not happen anymore.
我这个就是我现在所有最担心是关于孩子的安全，我们西里的安全，就是每一个人的安全，不管怎么样，希望你们尽快解决这件事。
So the thing she is concerned and worried about the most is the safety of children, of young generation, the safety of the safety of everyone, the safety of our city. Hope we can see a change for a better future, for better safety happen soon.
Okay.
我能问一下那个SEPTA 他们会什么时候会给我们这个就是这个事件的那个 answer 就是回答呢？
She has a question. She wants to ask SEPTA when they can expect the answer as a solution to address this issue from SEPTA.
Brett, is SEPTA still on to call any representatives?
I believe
I am still here.
Chairwoman Leslie, would you like to respond to one of the parents of the young ladies that were attacked recently on the subway? Her question is, when can she expect some changes actually in play in terms of public safety and addressing the issues around keeping young people safe?
Sure. So we've already had several meetings. Chief Nistel and Council Member Gim invited us out to speak to the communities, and so we have already increased our police riding the system at dismissal times. But we will continue that conversation. We would. What we asked for, which was, a collaborative working group to continue these conversations, and we would be happy to make our staff available. I will make myself available as well. I am also a mother of 3 children, and I understand your feelings and definitely want to address them to help answer and make you better understand what we are doing now, and as well as listen to any ideas that you have. So we'll make sure that you have all of our information. And I would just say, as a fellow mother, I am happy to sit down with you and others of the community as well, and to listen to your concerns and make our staff available as well. And obviously we are so sorry that this occurred, and we are going to do everything we can so that it does not occur again. And we would love your help in working with you to improve safety for everybody, but particularly for young students.
好的，谢谢。这位 Thank you。这位 SEPTA 的代表人，他说， 在这件事情发生了之后，他们也非常的痛心，他们已经会同SEPTA 警察局的头号的第一长官算是局长吧，以及金海伦议员，他们已经开了会议来商讨怎么解决这个事情。同一时间，他们已经在特别是上下学的这个高峰期间，在 SEPTA 的地铁火车里已经增加了警力。那么同时他们也恳请，也希望和社区的大家来一起合作，建立一个共同合作的一个工作组，来一起商讨我们怎么样更好的来解决这个问题，给孩子们一个更好的安全的保障。那么他也提到他自己其实也是3个孩子的母亲，他非常理解感同身受您的痛楚，他也他非常的那个痛心和遗憾这样的事情发生在您的女儿的身上，他也非常希望能够尽他的全力来解决这个问题，他要保证 SEPTA 包括他自己都随时的在你们需要的时候都能够和你们一起来沟通，一起来解决问题。他也在这里邀请您，如果可以的话，咱们找一个时间，他也愿意和您一起坐下来，作为代表 SEPTA， 也作为同样是孩子的母亲，一起来商量怎么样可以更好的一起来解决这个问题。
还有就是Christina 这件事情，她不是被人家就是就是被人家就是恐吓，是她这个事情就是被人家欺凌和攻击，所以我希望这个事情我要怎么讲呢？就是说，我也不知道，就是这个就是我不希望就是我的孩子再会有这种在里面被人侮辱、被人打、被人欺凌这些事情，不管是发生在哪一个孩子上，我们都是痛心的，因为我们都是一个父母。希望你们真的是会加强这些安全措施给我们，让我们父母可以安心的工作，不是每一天担心着自己的子女会在外面发生什么事。
云林 Christina's mom state that this is what happened on her daughter was not just a threatened but physically attacked, bullying, abusement. So no matter this happened on which child is very worrying and heartbreaking. So she really hope we can work together to make a change, to release the worries from the parents like her, and then by this, the parents can really do their work, do their job well without worrying their children's safety every second.
Okay. Well, thank you. We will continue to make sure that we're working in partnership with SEPTA around the safety of all young people and riders who utilize the SEPTA transportation system.
他再次感谢您，他们会继续努力来切实改进 SEPTA 公共交通领域方面的这个安全问题，保护孩子们的安全。
对，
云林，你还有没有什么要说的？
还有就是说，我觉得他们一直没有去改进。你上几个月，好像上几个礼拜，有一个妇女还在 SEPTA 发生被人家那个强奸啊什么。这已经都是很严重的事情了，他们都没有出来怎么弄，我真的会很担心。我现在都不敢把孩子送到学校，我明天开始是不是要自己开车，每一个都是要开车进去呢？
She's worried about the safety. Even now, she cannot afford mentally to just let her children to take public transportation to go to school. Now she's thinking about this. She have to drive car to give a ride to each of her children to go to school every day. And also she referred the very another very very horrible incident happened several months ago when the lady was raped in the SEPTA train. It was also drew a lot of tension and worries in the community, and she personally felt that even after the raping incident happened, she didn't see actual change happen timely. So she really hope we can team up together to improve the safety as soon as possible.
Yes, absolutely. Before we call on the next panel, I'm going to acknowledge Councilwoman Helen Gim, who has comments.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to acknowledge Christina's mother. She and I had a chance to meet, and I know that she's deeply committed to the safety not only of her children, but to all children across the city. Yep, and I didn't know if Stephanie wanted to interpret, but I'm happy to say my comment very briefly. I also just wanted to emphasize that one of the important things to know about the reason why the distress is so clear from Christina's mother is that this wasn't a matter of fighting. This wasn't kids fighting. This was a targeted attack. It was something that happened. And, we've spent time with Chief Nestel, who's gone through the situation. But, knowing that you could be targeted on a train 2 days in a row, with threats and all that kind of stuff is what is alarming here. The second thing I just want to for Christina's mother is to thank her and her daughter for having the courage to intervene in a situation where many people were just shocked. I think one of the difficult things about violence is that there's this assumption that people become superheroes or ought to do this or that. The reality is that it's shocking and terrifying for a lot of people. The boys who are targeted were also heroes. They protected one another. They made a decision, a conscious decision, not to physically engage. They knew that they had to make a choice in that moment, and they chose to protect and defend each other. And so, that was an important aspect of this. But I think Christina's mother is asking us asking SEPTA, and I think this is a challenge both for the city, the school district, and for SEPTA. There needs to be something visibly different. I mean, we've talked about this before, that it's not what we say, it's what riders feel and acknowledge. That does not have to solely be an immediate presence of police officers. There does have to be a clear indication that something went, horribly wrong on this train, and whether it was this incident or other incidences that have happened amongst young people where they have been harmed, there needs to be some kind of clear indication that their safety is a priority. Among the things, this is for the commissioner, certainly like clear communications, multiple languages, letting people know where the call boxes are, letting people know what to expect, greater communication with schools. All of these will make a difference, and we'll certainly continue to be partners on that. But I do want to thank Christina's mother for taking the time to come onto this hearing, to testify, to share her concerns, because I hope that they urge us to a better public system for all young people, as well as the whole city. Her daughter should not have suffered what she suffered. To stop violence and to stand up for her fellow peers. But, I think all of us as parents, as mothers, as people who are riders of this and deeply invested in a healthy public transit system, want to say that we are committed on this journey with you, with Christina, with other young people, whether they are from specific schools or they are from any school in the city of Philadelphia. All of us are deeply committed to the safety of all the children, and just want to again acknowledge Christina's mother, for taking the time to testify today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Actually, Christina Lu and her family just reached out to me shortly than 1 hour ago in the middle of this meeting, asked me for help to help with the interpretation. So I will be more than happy to briefly to interpret it, your speech. 刚才金议员是说，他非常的感谢，首先是非常的感谢 Christina 的妈妈，还有 Christina 本人，今天能够有勇气花时间来参加这场听证会，来分享他们的他们的担心，他们的心声，以及他们的呼吁，来催促政府以及官方的层面来改进这个公共交通以及对孩子们的这个安全的保证。同时他也再次的赞扬 Christina Lu 的这个英勇的这个精神，因为在当暴力发生在我们眼前的时候，每个人只有很短的时间能做一个决定，是否要干预，而这种干预是承担风险的。Christina 在那个当下，是成为了一个英雄来保护大家。那么同样，他也说这个事件并不是只是小孩打架的这个普通的事件，并不是个人纷争的事件，而是大家在明明知道自己可能一天至少2次要搭乘这个公共交通，要在这个要道上来回的时候，甚至一天2次的这个搭乘的过程中，大家都在担心自己和家人的安全。这个是一个系统以及持续性的问题，并不是一个单次的青少年的打架或者斗殴事件。所以说他们金议员说，那么不仅是从 SEPTA 还有从校区的层面都应该一起努力来改进，包括在 SEPTA 的要道刚才说了是增加警力，那么在校区的方面，在学校里，在教育局，比如说通过增加这个语言和翻译的服务，以及各方面的安全的举措，以及设备以及信息的增加，都是非常重要的。那么金议员也是邀请大家一起，我们一起同行，来一起努力来改进这个安全的问题。再次感谢 Christina 的妈妈，就是非常强有力的来催促他们来改进他们的工作。谢谢。
我能最后说一句吗
？Can she have the last word?
我就是想说，我们不在里面打架，我们 Christina 是在里面看到不公平的事情，她站出来了。我希望你们不要把它认为是打架事件去处理。
She hope people not to misunderstand the nature of this incident. She doesn't think this incident is a fight between teenagers or fight between any individuals. As Christina stepping up when she see a violence happen in front of her, she try her best to intervene.
可以，我谢谢，然后希望尽快解决这个安全措施。
Yeah, again, she hope the safety and the security in transportation sector can be enhanced as soon as possible.
我没有了，谢谢。
Thank you. That's all she wants to share today. Thank you.
We thank you for your testimony, and we will continue to work with SEPTA around this issue of public safety. And most importantly, thank you for your courage in testifying. Thank your daughter for her courage in stepping up and really putting herself in harm's way for something she had nothing to do with, but protecting someone else. And so just thank you for your courage as well.
那再次感谢这位议员张思议员，谢谢您今天花时间来这里做证词，也再次的感谢 Christina 的义举，不为暴力和威胁站出来保护自己的同伴们，甚至自己为此遭到了伤害，非常的感谢钦佩你们。
Will the clerk please call the next panel?
下面他们请下一位了，谢谢您。
Also on this panel, we have Kevin Bethel.
Kevin Bethel, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I will be brief in my comments. Chairman Jones and Chairman Johnson. I know that my colleague, Chief Mistel, covered a lot, and thank all the council members who are on today. The Office of School Safety is committed to fostering, as you know, a safe and secure and supportive environment for our young people. As you also know, and oftentimes have to remind folks that I oversee a safety team. These are men and women who are doing a phenomenal job, who are unarmed, who work in our schools each and every day, primarily focusing on the school and the activity within the school and immediately outside of that school setting. As indicated, we have a very strong and robust relationship that is going back decades with the SEPTA, in particular with Chief Mistel. We work, as you heard him outline, we work on a daily basis with SEPTA. I mean, they are identifying patterns and incidences and activity in their system and immediately reporting that information into us so we can work collaboratively with them to make sure we can support, particularly in case where there's video footage, we're able to bring that into our system, immediately get that out to help in the identification process as needed. And clearly, I know the Philadelphia Police Department is on here as well. I mean, our work does not exist without the Philadelphia Police Department, Commissioner Dales and Commissioner Outlaw, and I know Commissioner Nash is on the call as well to support our work. I mean, at the end of the day, we do rely on the Philadelphia Police Department to support us in all of this. But I know there's a lot of conversation. We are constantly, the volume and the amount of intelligence and information that is flowing through our schools is abundant. And so we are doing, working mightily to ensure that we are trying to vet that information as best as possible and to be able to push out, what is actionable intelligence into the system. As you all know, most recently, we have had some incidents that are happening outside of the school setting, but we felt that, particularly in my position, that we had to take a more overt action. And so most recently, and I think it ties into what Chief Mistel had talked about, we have to start to look at things differently as an organization. Even though my staffing is not, I don't cover all of our schools. We use data to cover schools and where we determine we're going to have a safety officer. But most recently, as a result of the shootings that we had outside of our schools, I worked with Commissioner Dales and his team to create the safety corridors in which we're overlaying into those areas. And through the support of his team, they were able to add additional staff in those particular times around our schools as relates to safety. One of the things that was raised earlier, we were able to, looking at a model that came out of Chicago around our corridors, we were able to try working now through a grant to replicate a safe passageway program that's used in Chicago, and we're doing a safe path program. There we'll be hiring community leaders to put individuals out onto the corridors to support our kids moving through those corridors, and we're hopeful that this model will be something that will lead to a greater effort and also aligning our work with the city as it relates to TWIST and TownWatch integrated services and the work that they already do in our corridors. And then I know I will follow up with Chief Mistel. We, as a result of talking to Commissioner Dales, reinstituted 6 divisional meetings that we have with our leaders, our school leaders, aligned with the police department, 6 police divisions, to have meetings on a monthly basis to address the issues that are brewing in the community and i.e. in the school. I double check. We may have missed not inviting SEPTA to those meetings, and we'll ensure that is done forthwith. And so we do encourage the audience. There are methods to report bullying. The school district has a very robust hotline webpage, a bullying and harassment webpage. You can find that on the philasd.org website, and where you can reach out around information around bullying. We encourage in our community to use our SafeToSay.org app. They can go to SafeToSay.org, or they can call Save to Say. That's 1-844-723-2729. Where there they can get an app where they can report, parents can report information that goes to the Attorney General's office, and then all of our folks on our team, the Philadelphia Police Department, and others within the system get an immediate alert when there's something that potentially could be putting our child in harm's way. We also have a safety hotline. It's 215-400-SAFE. 215-400-SAFE. That's 7233 for SAFE, where individuals can call. And so, as I said, I would be brief. I mean, we continue to work in an effort to create a safe environment. Again, in responding to the needs of the system, when broad and only the issue that was just described, we reached out to SEPTA in that regard. They provide us with information on who, what we're doing, what they're doing with their staffing there, and we felt the need to support that. So we moved. We have Girls High across the street in Central, so we moved our school safety officers on overtime to move them out into the exterior corridor, and we brought in additional staff to go over to Broad Nolly to be going down into the system. Now, my men and women can only be eyes and ears. We don't have the authority and or any justification to make arrests, but we felt we could be additional eyes and ears to support SEPTA down in the subway system as the kids traverse through, particularly since my men and women know the kids and can identify potentially any negative behavior. And so we're constantly moving to support and work with individuals, work with our partners, and we continue. Dr. Hyde has consistently charged us as an organization and the chiefs and myself as the leader of Office of School Safety to be a supportive to our partners and the community members and our parents and our students as much as possible. And we'll continue to do that as we move forward through what's a difficult time. So I'll stop there, Chairman Johnson and Chairman Co-Chair Jones.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments of members of the committee? Double check. I don't hear any at the moment. And so, as always, good seeing you. Kevin Bethel, your hard work, your dedication. I do like the concept of the Safe Corridors program and also utilizing your staff in partnership with SEPTA, because obviously they're going to know the children more than the typical person probably working for SEPTA. So that's something definitely should be noted. But thank you for your time and participating on this panel.
As always, I appreciate all of you for all the work you're doing, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
All right, you're welcome.
All right.
Will the clerk please call the next panel?
For panel number 3, we have Brian Pollitt, Omari Burvine, and Troy Parham.
Please state your name for the record and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Pollitt, Executive Vice President of Local 234. We move Philadelphia. Can I go on?
Absolutely, Brian. Begin your testimony.
All right. I want to say hello to you guys. I haven't seen you in a while. I just want to thank the members of the City Council for holding this hearing today regarding ongoing issues of public safety at SEPTA. I especially want to extend my thanks and gratitude to those members who serve on the Transportation, Public Utilities, and Public Safety Committees. Security throughout the transit system is chiefly the responsibility of SEPTA management, not city government. But all of us have the responsibility to sound the alarm and demand action in the face of inaction by the transit authority's managers. The council's leadership on this issue is not only appreciated, it is absolutely necessary. SEPTA is critical to this city's economy and an essential service for thousands of residents. As a 31-year employee of SEPTA and a leader of Transport Workers Union Local 234, I regularly travel throughout the system and receive reports from our 5,000 members employed at SEPTA. I can tell you unequivocally that security for our members and passengers is taking a nosedive since the start of this pandemic. Some incidents make headlines in Philadelphia and nationally, such as the shocking rape of a woman on a crowded Market Franklin line train last month, the recent racially motivated and violent attack on innocent school children on an express train on the Broad Street line, the brutal assault on one of our TWU members caught on video,
the shootings earlier this year outside the Only Transportation Center. For every one of those crimes, there are dozens more causing transit workers and riders to needlessly suffer. Riders who rely on this public service should not be threatened by drug users, should not be confronted by individuals with severe mental health issues, should not have to face problems related to homelessness every time they step on a train, trolley, or bus. Riders certainly should not be forced to live in fear of rampant violent criminal activity, but they are. The night out service is especially bad. It wasn't long ago that council member or councilwoman Sanchez joined me on the system between midnight and 3:30 a.m. to witness firsthand what looked like a scene from a post-apocalyptic horror film. TWU Local 234 has repeatedly called for action and challenged SEPTA's CEO Leslie Richards and Police Chief Thomas Nessel to do more. We made improving security in the system a core issue in our most recent contract negotiations. But instead of action and solutions, we have been met with tired excuses or lackluster approaches. We are told that SEPTA is incapable of recruiting more transit police officers that my brother Omari Burvine needs within his ranks. We're told that the budgets are tight. We're told that security guards with little to no authority will fill the gaps. Rather than going to battle against those who pose threats, we witness SEPTA's leadership surrender. For example, they shut down the Somerset station because broken needles and human feces were causing elevators to stop working. They lost control of that part of Kensington, and they lost other parts of the city and surrounding areas too. Quick to blame problems on Larry Krasner and other scapegoats, while problems continue to escalate. For me, I'm sorry, that don't cut it. You would think the name of this transit authority, instead of being SEPTA, SEPTA, was SEPCYA. Instead of covering their asses and leading from behind or via Zoom from their home offices, they need to act on safety and security now. Our frontline members, who themselves are essential workers, feel abused and ignored. It's reached the point where earlier this year, TWU Local 234 publicly called for the resignation of Chief Nessel. If you can't do the job, give it to someone who can. I was riding the L. Any of you who ride the L. But I was riding the L the other day, and I witnessed someone clearly high on drugs confront one of SEPTA's for hire security guards, the Allied people. The assailant, he pretty much kept verbally baiting the guard, sort of what we call in the neighborhood chumpening, because even in this drug-addled state, he knew that guard was not an officer and was powerless because he don't have arrest powers. Our union has called for increasing the size of the transit police force and not relying on Allied Bar security guards, and we know others also have publicly called for this to happen. I want to especially thank Councilmember O for keeping this issue out there. Additionally, our union has called for SEPTA to monitor security cameras in real time from Control Center. We propose that workers assigned to light duty, retirees, or some of the disabled community be employed to monitor the screens and dispatch police when they see unlawful activity, or voice warning messages through speakers. SEPTA's managers now say they will embrace this ideal. But I'm from Missouri, you got to show me. We think that SEPTA could use more powerful lighting in the facilities, as Ms. Richards said earlier, but I have yet to see it. PA systems to loudly tell perpetrators of crimes that the police are on the way, or employ alarm systems. We want to see greater use of cash rewards for turning in those who commit crimes. We want to see photos of the suspects posted in stations, buses, and trains. We need more deterrence. We need more deterrence. You're not going to deter a guy with a security guard that don't carry a weapon or don't have police power. We need more deterrence. The system also should hire mental health clinicians and social workers to deal with the homeless, the drug addicted, and the mentally ill, and to help remove them from stations, buses, and trains. We cannot solely rely on other agencies to do this. I began my remarks by saying the safety and security has taken a nosedive since the start of the pandemic. Let me give you just one statistic as an example. In January 2020, there were 546 reports of unconscious people in our stations. In January of 2021, the number rose to 2,357, more than fourfold increase. If the council invites me back after January 2022, I could likely report an even higher number. Keep in mind that the overall number of riders using the transit service is much lower this year than it was at the start of 2020, which makes these statistics even more shocking. SEPTA has spent millions on consultants to advise them on what to rename the stations. They should invest as much, if not more, in additional funds to keep these riders and the workforce safe. This would be a better way to spend their dollars. If the riders don't feel safe, they'll stay away. You could name a station the Stairway to Heaven, and people still won't go there if they feel that they're in danger. Listen, I got a lot I could talk about. But let me, end by saying that on behalf of the members of Local 234, thank you for this opportunity to come before the Joint Committee today, and thank you for shining a spotlight on the important issue for Philadelphia and those who rely on public transit. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. To the members of 234, thank you during the pandemic and beyond for being first responders to all of this. You ride the subways, the buses, the trains, just like we ride the subways, buses, and trains. You see what people see on a daily basis and have to respond to it and are on the front line of keeping us safe. So we appreciate your testimony today. And let me ask you a question. Do you keep the statistics on the number of your members that have been assaulted verbally, physically, and to the point of arrest?
Yes, we do. That information is sent to us monthly. And I apologize for not having that with me today.
Okay, but make sure you provide it to the chair in this committee so that we can keep on top of that. All right?
Not a problem.
Appreciate your comments. Will the clerk please read the next person to testify?
Next, we have Omari Burbine.
Mr. Burbine, can you state your name for the record and begin your testimony?
Good morning, Mr. Council President and fellow members of City Council. My name is Omari Burbine, and I'm here on behalf of the men and women of the SEPTA Transit Police Department as president of the Fraternal Order of Transit Police. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. Over the past 12 months, our Transit Police Department has lost approximately 15% of its officers. Currently, our police force stands at only about 165 active patrol officers and is losing officers at a rate of around 2 a month. This is obviously not sustainable. When coupled with SEPTA's inability to consistently hire enough police officers to maintain our budgeted headcount of 260, it's no surprise that our manpower has dropped to dangerously low levels. There's been days just within the past few months that our Broad Street line has been patrolled by just 5 officers on certain shifts. And typically only 1 officer in that district would be assigned to a patrol vehicle, with the remaining officers being assigned to foot patrols. As an officer who is still currently assigned to patrol, I can tell you firsthand how demoralizing it is to arrive at roll call and see just 4 other officers working in a squad and just 1 available patrol vehicle. This is just one example, but it's indicative of the staffing crisis that our Transit Police Department is currently experiencing. I believe earlier, Councilman Jones mentioned the lack of visibility of police officers from 46th Street to 63rd Street. And I can tell you right now, currently, right now, we don't have officers assigned to that area. We do not have patrol officers assigned.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure, no problem. From 46th Street to 63rd Street, we do not have patrol officers assigned currently there at this moment. I believe it was Councilman O that begged the question how many patrol officers that we have on any given shift. And I think I heard an answer of 50 or 60. And I don't know where the other 20 are hiding, but I'm looking at 29 officers assigned to 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift. I'm looking at 33 for a period of 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. The impact of these dramatic reductions in our police force, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. You can just turn on the news and you can see the impact. When you have a high school student on their way home from school who was assaulted and beaten so badly at one of our stations that they are not unconscious and has to be hospitalized, that should make us angry. How can we as police officers or councilmen and councilwomen or even the citizens of the city accept the reality where a woman can travel the entire length of our Market Frankfurt line, be sexually harassed for well over a half an hour, then eventually raped without even once encountering a transit police officer? When I think about how I'd feel if this was my mother or my sister or my wife, it makes me outraged, as we all should be. Even in the city that has experienced 500 plus murders, we should never allow ourselves to normalize something that outrageous. And of course, we understand as police officers we can't be everywhere at once, but we must have some degree of visibility on our transit system in order to effectively deter criminal activity. The disturbing rate at which officers are leaving our police department can be directly attributed to a few factors. Obviously, the first one is pay. When compared to other police departments, I mean, it's definitely a factor, but I don't think any of our officers took this job with the expectation of becoming millionaires. But what we do expect is for our leadership to develop effective deployment plans and employ sound strategies for reducing crime and disorder on the system. We do expect that a transportation company with $1 billion budget would be able to hire enough police officers to keep its passengers safe, or at least be able to maintain a fleet of transit police vehicles large enough that we wouldn't have occasion to call other police departments to back up our officers or transport our prisoners. We expect them to install a radio communication system that actually functions like it's supposed to, or provide vehicles with working airbags for our officers. When you talk about officers leaving this department and why they leave, I mean, if you want officers to come here, to want to work here, you have to make this a place that they want to work. We understand that every business has financial constraints, but there are some things that are worth investing in, and we believe that the safety and security of the passengers should be one of those things. Now, what we don't understand and really can't even imagine is how anyone could believe that the solution to our shortage of transit police officers is to hire more security guards. Continuing to pour much needed financial resources into this failed security guard program, instead of using those resources to actually make your passengers safer by hiring more police, is not only unwise, but it's also a dangerous decision. The idea that an unarmed and undertrained security guard with no arrest powers or even the ability to detain anyone can be a crime deterrent is preposterous. In fact, it's arguable that these guards have caused more problems than they've actually prevented. Since July, there have been 3 separate instances in which these guards have violently attacked and beaten a SEPTA passenger. This just further illustrates how ill-equipped and underprepared these security guards are to do the job that SEPTA is asking them to do. We cannot cut corners when it comes to public safety. More security guards is not a real solution to this problem. Smoke and mirrors are not going to make our transit system any safer. hiding crimes from the public and blaming the pandemic or the vulnerable population or blaming the court systems, that does not make our transit system any safer. Hiring more police, investing in the safety and security of your passengers by investing in your transit police department, that is what will make the system safer. Increasing our ability to retain the officers that we do have by improving work conditions, by improving the work environment, that will make our system safer and our passengers safer. We need leadership that will put a more effective deployment strategy in place, increase the mobility and the visibility of our officers in order to help restore a safe riding environment for our passengers. The Fraternal Order of Transit Police and its officers remain committed to working with anyone who is willing to work with us toward these goals. I look forward to having further discussions with all of you in more detail about this issue, and I thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I see the chairman has returned. Quick question. How often do you train at the Philadelphia Police Academy alongside Philadelphia police officers?
We used to. I believe we used to train at the Philadelphia Police Academy. I believe we pulled our officers out of there for some reason. We got to direct that question to Chief Mostel as to why we did that.
And under that training, how long, how many hours, how many months do you train to become a SEPTA police officer?
I believe when I went through there, it was about 15 years ago, 7 to 8 months, and I believe that's still pretty much standard, 7 to 8 months of training, thousands of hours of training.
Conversely, how long do the Allied security guards train?
That I can't be certain, but I'm going to say it's not 7 months. I mean, you see the guys coming through from time to time at Suburban Station, and they're going up for training for like a day. So I don't know if that's the full extent of their training, but I'm going to tell you it's not 7 months worth and thousands of hours worth of training.
What was the size of your last recruiting class to take on board new SEPTA police?
I believe it was 6 officers. I would have to double check that for you because I don't have that in front of me, but I believe it was just 6 officers.
And you're telling me that at some roll calls you have less than 10 officers for the entire system?
Yeah, 10 would be a heavy day, in some districts. Just this past week, I worked in a district myself that had 4 officers working for the entirety of the Broad Street.
And what would be the size of the optimal, well-personed shift? Well, how many officers?
Say somewhere between 12 and 15.
So you're at half mass of what you should be.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Thank you very much.
I have a question, Chairman.
Go ahead, Councilman David O.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Acting President Pollack and President Burbine and Vice President Parham. My question is this. With the low number of police personnel, do your officers feel safe patrolling SEPTA?
I would say no. I mean, you feel safe when you have sufficient backup, and when our numbers are depleted to an extent to where there's been occasions where you have to depend on the Philadelphia police. Thank God for them. But when your numbers are depleted to such a level to where you have to depend on other jurisdictions to back up your officers, no, that doesn't make you feel safe at all. And I'm going to assume that that's another factor in why it's difficult for us to recruit officers to our department, because officers talk, and when we talk to other officers. This is not a place that most of us are going to recommend that people apply to.
If the SEPTA, the transit police themselves don't feel safe and don't feel that they have adequate personnel and support, I can only imagine that the transit workers themselves feel that when they go to work, they're placing themselves at risk.
I'm sure, and I'm sure Brian would probably be able to speak to this a lot better than I can. But we hear it, just like he does about the workers and how they don't feel safe. And again, it's a problem that's been persistent for quite some time.
And in response to what you've heard, because sometimes, there's different perceptions, different perspectives, but what do you think? I mean, I've heard from the general manager, from Police Chief Nestel, I've heard from you, I've heard from Acting President Pollitt. There is a wide disconnect from what I'm hearing. How do we bridge that gap, or what needs to be done in order for the SEPTA workers to feel safe, for the transit police to feel like they can do their job and protect both worker and the public?
I believe one thing that needs to be done, and I'm not sure the reason for the disconnect. I mean, in terms of the numbers, we're looking at it. These are assignment sheets. These are not things that are argued. These are facts. But in terms of what needs to be done, I mean, you talk about, I believe it was said that $4.5 million is being put towards more security guards. And that is simply outrageous. You would be better off going outside and lighting $4.5 million on fire, and it would be equally as effective to keeping passengers safe. That money needs to be invested in the police department. I mean, when you have officers eating lunch in headquarters where there's holes in the ceiling and water's dripping down when it rains, I mean, that tells you the type of lack of investment that has been seen in this police department today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule and being here today.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please call the next panel?
I believe also on this panel we had Troy Parham. I don't know if he was present with Mr. Burbine and wants to also give testimony. If not, we can move on.
Good morning.
Good morning, Troy. Go ahead and begin your testimony.
I'm sorry, not good morning, good afternoon. I'll be brief. I know it's getting late. I'm Troy Parham, the Vice President of the Fraternal Order Transit Police, and I just wanted to speak to a few things, mainly the eyes and ears and video concept. I applaud SEPTA for all the cameras that they do have in place. It is very helpful with us doing our jobs on a daily basis, but I don't want people to get confused thinking that more eyes and ears to report crimes, again, is the answer. If we don't have the personnel to address the calls, then more eyes and ears are just more eyes and ears. I've been a police officer almost 23 years. 6 of those years have been spent in radio dispatch, and I'm also the CCTV officer in the radio room. So I have quite a bit of knowledge on our camera system. And I can tell you that, like I said, it is effective with being able to see things and being able to assist officers as to what they're going into when they do go. But it's not a deterrent for people. If they know that there's no cop coming, then they don't care that they're on camera. The cameras are there and they can be helpful, but they need to know that there's a consequence to that camera hanging there. Sending out a photo to someone who's unavailable to address the call is ineffective. We need the personnel to address those calls when they come through. And that's all I have regarding that. I just wanted to make sure that, I think it needs to be more, as Brian said, as President Burbine has mentioned, there needs to be more focus on increasing our personnel. There was one council member, I don't remember who it was, who mentioned that she felt unsafe with a uniformed armed officer on a train. I would love to hear more from her, if not on this call, because I don't want to drag it out, but even if she and I can talk offline. I have never heard of being alarmed by protection on a train. So maybe she'd have to explain to me what that would mean, what that would look like to her, because I'm confused.
Okay. Well, the person is Councilwoman Kendra Brooks, and so I think she's on this call, if she's still in part of the hearing.
Yes, I am.
Yep. You can definitely touch base with my colleague. I will say, I'm all for presence, right? Traditional police officers, right? But I will be up front. I've been to other countries, right, where I see people walking around military, like, artillery, and I'm kind of like, hold up. Because they're not differentiating that I'm an African-American black male, right? I'm just being truthful, right? So I'm like, whoa, that's a little too much, right? I'm just trying to come, have a good time. But I do understand the concept of, I went to public school. I know what time it is at night. Not at night. I know what time it is after school when we converge on the subway system, and you got other schools there. You had Ben Franklin. You had folks from all across the city. And Philadelphia is very geographical, right? And sometimes things just kick off, just being up front. And so you might perk up if you see an officer and say chill. But the other side is too, if it's going to kick off, it's going to kick off regardless. But I do recognize, I'm one of the people that do recognize that a presence still is a deterrent to say, well, hold up. Or before I try to do something to a person will pay attention and not just going to do any old thing if they know there's going to be repercussions. And so, but my colleague, Kendra Brooks, she's available. So if you want to touch base with her office offline, introduce yourself. I'm sure the host of this committee, Councilman David O., who invited you, can put you two together to further follow up on this conversation.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, thank you. And thank y'all for your service. Any other questions or comments for members of the committee? I think I had David O. already. Councilman O., did you say your questions already?
Yes, I did, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next panel?
On panel number 4, we have Nina Ahmad, Teresa White-Walston, and Zarina Lomax.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nina. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for having me. And thank you to you, Councilmember O and Councilmember Curtis Jones, for hosting this and driving this issue. It has been front and center for so many of us who have to take public transport. And public safety is a human right. So we need to make sure everybody has equal access to public safety, public transit, and we do it in a safe manner. So I am Nina Ahmed, and I'm the interim and president-elect for the Pennsylvania chapter of the National Organization for Women. This is the grassroots arm of the women's movement and is dedicated to a multi-issue and multi-strategy approach to women's rights, and is the largest feminist organization, a grassroots organization. Our issues are multifold, as I said. We have 6 core mission issues, including ending violence against women. Hence, I'm testifying today. Pennsylvania now and all its chapters were absolutely horrified at what happened on October 13, but moreover, at the increase of sexual violence against writers on SEPTA as a whole. This is not the first incident that happened. This is probably, sadly, not going to be the last, and we don't want all of this to be brushed under the carpet. As you know, the September 13th incident happened, which was an assault, led up to an actual rape, and the person was apprehended because somebody saw and alerted us, off-duty SEPTA employee saw this and then alerted, I believe, transit officers, who then alerted police, and the person was apprehended in Upper Darby. We had a vigil and 2 rallies and a solidarity ride on October 13th, as Councilmember Helen Gim mentioned. Thank you to her for talking about what we did, and to General Manager Leslie for working so closely with us to put on these events to, one, tell the survivor victim that she was not forgotten, that we were sorry this happened to her, and we wanted to make sure that she got every service she required so that she could recover and survive. What amazed and horrified us was nowhere was she mentioned. Nowhere was what happened to her mentioned. There was a back and forth of who said what and who saw what, and all was lost about the actual act of violating someone who is going to be scarred forever. once you have been sexually assaulted in that manner, that will never leave you. And everything going forward is going to be colored by that. So we as a society, we here in Philadelphia have to do something more than just words. And I'm very glad to see that we've had now 2 hearings on this. And in this particular hearing, we are hearing from what SEPTA has said, because what we had a few demands of SEPTA, not just SEPTA, of our elected officials, all of you, of our law enforcement, of police and DA's office, of our state officials, and of our federal officials. We have resources across this nation, because this is not an issue just limited to Philadelphia. So our issues included things that have been already addressed by General Manager Richards, but again, emphasizing, I want to repeat them. One is institute live monitoring of cameras in public transport. And what the gentleman just said before, that just live monitoring is not enough. You have to have follow-up to actually do something with what you see on those cameras. If this incident had been seen earlier, that she was being harassed, it might not have led to this rape if there was somebody who responded on one of the earlier stops. No one was watching that feed. That live feed was on, but no one was watching it. Second, there's a whole conversation about more police officers, more social workers, trained social workers. We need all of it. You know, it is not one or the other. We have the issues that police have to deal with should not be mental health issues, should not be addiction issues, should not be homelessness, but those spill onto the platforms. And so then it becomes a police issue when we don't need it to be a police issue. So I think it's of help to the police to remove these issues from their domain where they're actually responding to real violence and they're dealing with that. So from our perspective, we want both. We want fully trained officers who understand how to respond and understand how to treat people even as they're responding. And we want people who can address the needs of the people who might be the perpetrators because of the issues that they face in their own lives. Second is that engagement process. I know people who ride SEPTA who have no idea about this app. In fact, our president of Philadelphia Now chapter, who actually were partners with us when we did the rallies, Vanessa Fields, she said, I've been riding this thing, I've never heard about this app. So SEPTA has to do a much better job of informing the public who rides, what are their options to respond to these things, whether it's that app, whether it's the button, whether it's 911. Now, City Council knows 911 doesn't answer in Philadelphia. It has happened to me personally. I have called at 11:30 at night, and 911 has not responded after me calling 3 times. I had to call my local police precinct, who then answered. So that should be an alarm bell, because General Manager Richards said, call 911. Well, what's the use of calling 911? So we have bigger issues to address, which includes the response of 911. And then we have to work with our community partners, and we are happy to be one. We are happy to step up and work to do all this, help SEPTA, help City Council, help whomever, to get the word out to our community, to our public. What is their role? You know, we have a contract when we get up on that train. I buy a ticket, and I'm supposed to behave in a certain way, and SEPTA has to give me some measure of safety when I buy that ticket. So both sides are failing, and we need to be all working to make sure we carry out both sides of the contract. Then, most importantly, we would like to see an elaboration of the budgets allocated to safety, to public safety, in the $1.52 billion operating budget, where only of that $1.2 billion comes from subsidies, state and local. And of those subsidies, Philadelphia has the largest portion of the subsidies. Philadelphia pays $87 million, which is 82% of the local subsidies. So we are dishing out a lot of dollars, and we are not getting a return on those dollars, at least in terms of public safety. So, and I'll give you an interesting survey that just a scan I did. I looked at the SEPTA, the term public safety, how many times customer safety appears in that budget. In that operating budget, this key search word, customer safety, appears 4 times. in that entire budget, right? This is an operational budget, 2 times on the same page and 1 time as a footnote. So remember, and they also have a systems safety executive whom we heard from, but we don't understand. There's nothing, broken down as to what that looks like. All of you know on City Council, money talks. If there's a money attached to a line item, we can hold that accountable. That is not true of customer safety in the SEPTA budget. And I think you have the authority to look at that and to ask for that, because all of these lovely things we heard, which are great, we need to see accountability 3 months out, 6 months out, a year out. What are the stats? We need those stats published publicly so we can access them and access them in a manner that people can understand, not gobbledygook. And, I'm a scientist and I know gobbledygook that comes out of scientists. So we have to make sure that the information that is out there is accessible to everyone. And finally, and this is a question for our legislators, and we have no real position on this, but we wanted to see if there was a feasibility to investigate bystander law in Pennsylvania. There's some of them exist in other states. We don't have that here. And one of the things that were brought up during the attack on that woman was the fact that there was no bystander intervention, and that could have been for many reasons. So we are not saying if we need one or don't need one. I think we need to look at how we hold society accountable for allowing these crimes to happen. And so just to reiterate, I want to tell you, every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted. 68 seconds, a person is sexually assaulted. And every 9 minutes, that victim is a child. Nationwide, 81% of women and 43% of men report experiencing some form of sexual harassment and or assault in their lifetime. And while we know any person of any gender or sexual orientation can be sexually assaulted, transgender and non-binary individuals experience shocking amounts of violence and discrimination. So while we can never truly estimate the cost of sexual violence, we know that sexual violence impacts many areas like job contributions, medical costs, criminal justice costs to responding, and the intangible costs of the loss of quality of life and work productivity. So California did a study in 2018 where they found that, this was the Coalition Against Sexual Assault, they found that the intangible and tangible costs of sexual violence was $140 billion. That's a big state. Maybe we're a little lit, but it's in the billions. So we know we're losing money when we don't take care of public safety, because those dollars could go into our economy and drive our economy, and we could all do so much better for that. So I want to thank all of you, particularly Councilmember David O. for inviting Pennsylvania Now and all concerned to testify, and especially Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson, who's the chair of this committee, for facilitating our presence today. And given that Philadelphia contributes the lion's share of the local subsidies, I urge Philadelphia City Council to require SEPTA to take immediate action and explore new policies and procedures to protect riders and employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to acknowledge Councilman Jamie Gardier for a point of information.
First, I wanted to thank Nina Ahmad for her powerful testimony, but also for all of her work standing up for women and their right to be safe in all environments and on SEPTA. And while I agree with so much of what you said, I did want to offer as a point of information that the point about people not doing anything on the train during the rape was debunked by the police. I thought it was horrible that our citizens were put into that in that light. And it was later brought out that people did report what happened, and they did try to get help. And so I just wanted to make sure that was said, because I don't like the characterization of Philadelphians in that way. I think people do care. But I also think that seeing instances of violence are very shocking. So one, it took a while for people to understand what was going on, but later it was found out that several people did report what was happening. But also thank you for your testimony and all your work.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out that the fact that nobody knew what to do is really more our point, that they didn't have the tools that SEPTA has available. So even if they saw it and wanted to do something but were too scared, they didn't know what to do. So that public engagement and information needs to be so much better about what tools do we have, that we don't have to get physically engaged. We can sit in our seat and do something, even if it turns out to be not what we thought it was. At least we are erring on the safe side of safety, and we have a tool to do it remotely and safely. And I think that's the responsibility SEPTA has, to make sure that their ridership knows about that. You know, there's no public, program. I don't see anything out there telling me when I'm on. It should be billboards on the street. It should be, not just handouts, and going actively to our website is so much harder than actually seeing it on the train. When we went on that solidarity ride, we actually talked to people on that ride. We asked people, we had the little cards, we gave them out to people. Most people didn't have a clue what we were giving them. So just in that short time, in that little experiment, we could tell that there needs to be so much more engagement for people to be able to participate in their part of public safety. So yes, I agree with you that, people, we don't want to denigrate people. We want to make sure people understand they have tools to use in order to themselves stay safe and also make sure others stay safe.
I agree. I completely agree. And I also, what Kenyatta said, or what Councilman Johnson said resonated with me, and that I used to ride the broadsheet line too, and it was well known that we could get beat up at any time. And I didn't know that there was a button, that I could press. And I went to Central, so it was especially known that we could get beat up at any time. And I think we have to, spread more awareness about the ways that we can all be safe and keep each other safe. So thank you.
And for the record, I wasn't doing the beating up. I just kind of knew, but. So, Nina, as always, thank you for your leadership, your courage, always being on the front line. And we just want to thank you for taking time out of your schedule with now and being here today and providing your testimony. Will the clerk call the next panelist to testify?
Next, we have Teresa White-Walston and Zarina Lomax.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of City Council and honorable chairs, and thank you so much. Much of what I was going to say was already said. I'm Teresa White-Walston. Along with my colleague Rachel Copen, we are serving as the acting co-executive directors of WAR, Philadelphia Center Against Sexual Violence, formerly known as Women Organized Against Rape. As Philadelphia's Rape Crisis Center, we do want to thank Councilman David O. for bringing the incidents of violence which have occurred on SEPTA to the forefront and an event to open positive discussion to find solutions to ending all forms of violence experienced by riders of SEPTA. Since the very public rape which occurred on SEPTA on October 13, several other violent incidents have occurred as well. What we know about those who are targeted and victimized on SEPTA is that the victims appear to be alone and outnumbered. Those who were victimized appear to be vulnerable in the eyes of their attackers. Individuals who prey upon others count on fear, intimidation, isolation, and bystander apathy as tools to boldly commit their crimes, expecting that no one will attempt to stop the acts of violence, often as a result of concern for their own personal safety. Acts of sexual harassment, street harassment, assault, and abuse are part of a pattern of increasing acts of violence on public transportation to women, but also other members of our community. When there is no intervention or weak sanctions are imposed on those who commit such crimes, the frequency of these incidents and the level of violence often escalate. Today we were talking about solutions, and there was a lot of great information provided, and Nina certainly segued into something that I wanted to offer to the honorable members of City Council, and that is the thought of a public campaign. We know that public messaging campaigns are highly effective and proven. We've used such a campaign to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We've done it in the past around smoking cessation. What we recognize, as Nina alluded to, is that as you're going through our systems and even just in our streets in general, you do not see enough information about safety. Through a public safety campaign using billboards, signage in public spaces, and social media, we must promote empathy and compassion for others. We must promote safe bystander engagement as well. Today's world has made the recording of violent incidents that happen to others in the public spaces as part of entertainment. While these recordings have been useful in catching perpetrators, we must help the viewers of these videos to recognize that the victims in these videos are someone's mother, grandmother, father, grandfather, aunt, uncle, sister, and friend. We must reconnect our citizens to the concept that Philadelphia is their city, and that the quality of life experienced in the city of Philadelphia is the responsibility of all of us that ride SEPTA, and the responsibility of all of us who live and work here. On October 30th, WAR was asked to participate in the Ride of Solidarity organized by the National Organization of Women. The Ride in Solidarity became a pivot point in WAR's effort to prevent sexual violence at the community level. During this event, I and my colleague Rachel Copeland were introduced to SEPTA's General Manager Leslie Richards and Assistant General Manager Bill Webster. I'm pleased to inform all of you today that SEPTA and WAR is partnering to engage in such bystander outreaches and to promote public safety on their stations. This partnership will also involve WAR's elite staff of clinicians and educators who will provide trauma and crisis training to the staff members of SEPTA so that they can process incidents that they've experienced, as well as know how to respond to individuals who are taking public transportation who have been subjected to harassment or street harassment. What this will also enable us to do by working together is to become a target organization for those individuals who are victims of sexual harassment, assault, and abuse to connect with WAR. For us, that's a huge thing in this city as Philadelphia's Rape Crisis Center. I respectfully ask City Council to get behind such a public campaign. We're not seeing enough signage, as Nina just mentioned. I take SEPTA to go to events throughout the city, and just like if I was on an airplane, they would always give me the safety protocol. We need to do something a little bit more around that. But please, let's figure out a way to engage all citizens in preventing sexual harassment, assault, and abuse, because the public videos, this type of information is not helpful. It's being used to promote more of a sense of entertainment. We should be outraged and incensed at what has happened to the citizens of our city, and we're asking you for your support in this as we continue to move forward with SEPTA, working with SEPTA. Thank you, Council. Thank you, distinguished chairs. Councilman O, you've always been a champion. Thank you so much, and thank you for our opportunity to be invited to participate today.
Well, thank you very much for your comments, Teresa. Is any other questions and comments from members of the committee? Well, one, we definitely want to pay attention and see how we could be supportive of the awareness campaign, which definitely, I believe, changes the culture around domestic and sexual violence. It brings the awareness to people's attention, and so that's definitely noted. And thank you for your testimony. At this time, before we bring on the next panelist, I have to step away, so I want to officially turn over the hearing to the author of the resolution who brought this issue to the forefront of City Council, and that's Councilman David O.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and appreciate your work on this, and Chairman Jones, and your staff will continue to run the hearing. I shall take your place temporarily. So, Ms. Lomax, would you identify yourself for the record and provide us with your testimony?
Hello, how are you, David?
Doing great.
Quite a long time since I've seen you.
Yes. Yes, but my name is Serena Lomick. The name of my organization is the Epilogues. I was asked to speak, and I thank you to Miss Nina. We kind of indirectly were introduced, as you know, I do a lot in Philadelphia, but what a lot of people don't realize is I speak from a place of being a victim and now a survivor. A lot, you know, me and you speak a lot with gun violence, but I am actually a survivor of rape. I was molested as a kid, so that's where my testimony comes from. And when I see and I hear all of you guys, I appreciate everyone here today, and I really understand your concerns. What's hard is that for me, when you see things like this, it triggers what you've been through. And a lot of things that people fail to realize is that when you're seeing a lot of the gun violence and all of the violence increasing in the city is because you have these small incidents that are really big incidents that people are internalizing, and it comes out in different ways. And one of the things that we see is we see a lot of people turn into violence because they don't know what to do with their trauma. So I'm going to read my testimony, but I really think that if these continue to take place with more victims with you guys, I think that you guys will get a lot of resolutions because unfortunately experts are the people that have been victimized but are now survivors. So I'm going to read my testimony. On October 13, 2021, the world's eyes were opened due to the unfortunate rape of a beautiful young lady for almost 1 hour while riding SEPTA as others looked on here in Philadelphia. I was shocked, hurt, and disgusted. Not just for myself, but for all women and rape survivors. At the young age of 5 until the age of 8, I was molested by my. Oh, I'm sorry. At the young age of 5, I was molested by my uncle until the age of 8 years old. For years, I went through emotional trauma, feeling lost because I was violated. A family member knew until my parents realized what was going on and put a stop to it. Watch this young lady reminded me of this to know that she was left alone, and that broke my heart. Additionally, 2 weeks prior to her assault, I was assaulted on the same train and never reported it. It was on September 23rd of 2021. I was on the same train heading home around 8:39 p.m. and as I was getting off the train, a man actually smacked my behind as I got off at 8th and Market. I wasn't sure who did it, but the biggest thing was when I turned around to say something, no one said anything. The train was packed full of people and they didn't say anything at the time. With the increase of violence against women in the city and also losing a family member to gun violence who was 23 years old in 2018, I felt completely helpless. It reminded me first of being abused, and I couldn't believe that no one was willing to come to my aid. With this being said, this shows that this is not an isolated incident, and we need to put forth an effort to never let anyone feel this way again. I have surpassed being a victim, but I can only imagine how this young lady feels as it took over 20 years for me to get to that place. I hope that the city understands that we need them and citizens begin to use their voices and step up. Even though this young lady was fell on that day, we won't fail again. If we come together and build solutions and put things in place, this should be the final eye-opener for our city. The world is watching, and we have the floor to change the dynamics of public transportation nationally and locally if we rally and come together. Thank you to PA Now and for stepping up and rallying around rape victims and survivors in all of the different rape organizations. I hope she feels loved and the world sees that this will not just be swept under the rug, and Pennsylvania is actually going to do something now. So, again, as I say that, 2 weeks prior, I was getting off at 8th and Market. That incident happened. Of course, I didn't report it. I lost a family member to murder in 2018. Her name is Dominique Kamani, which is how you know you met me, David O, because I do a lot with gun violence. But I'm not the gun violence girl. Unfortunately, I have just been afforded a lot of different trauma in my life, which, you know, I use in my creative arts through my show and all the things that I do. But I didn't realize that this was going to happen a couple weeks later. I also went to Girls High. So I caught that orange bottom from South Philadelphia. I remember when we were younger, we knew that this guy would get on that board and out and he would flash us young girls. Again, more trauma because I was raped as a kid. So I think about all of those things that I internalized now and how I had rage and all of those different things growing up, having a father in prison for murder. You think of all of those things and internalize. You guys see young kids fighting and they call them the bad kids, but they have to go home to this stuff. They're burying their friends. They're losing their parents. Cancer is at a very alarming rate in our community as well. So I think if people really just take a step back and really internalize why people are doing what they're doing, feeling how they're feeling, even to the gentleman that raped the young lady. I am not taking up for anybody that raped anyone. Let me be clear, because I am a survivor. However, I do know that my uncle was emotionally abused in front of me before he began to rape me. So there's always something that is taking place within the person, either it's the victim or the person that may be the abuser, that's probably from their childhood. And so if we can really kind of get to that now, as you see when they talked about with the young kids beating these kids up, just a lot of rage and untreated trauma. I think that I think that's what needs to take place. I think the numbers and the money it needs to increase, but you can put all the people that you want in the world, but these kids got to go home. These people have to go home. These women, these men, all of us have to go home. I had to just get to a place where I was tired of being victimized and on my own power, but everybody doesn't get there. Everybody doesn't have the support that I have, and I have a relationship with God. Everybody doesn't know him, doesn't know God yet. So I think those things need to also be put at the forefront. And I would be happy to help in any way. I did just move back to Philadelphia from LA because I was in a car accident, so I'm back out here. So I'll be willing to help. And again, I appreciate you, Mr. Maya and David O. and everyone here. I've seen a lot of different council men and women that I respect in the community, but unfortunately, I think that more victims need to be here to share. Well, survivors. I don't want to call them victims. They need to be able to share. Thank you very much for your testimony. It's good to see you. Yes, good to see you too. Your work. We're lucky to have you back. I thank all the members of this panel, Teresa White-Walston and Nina Ahmad. And I see that our co-chair, Curtis Jones, has returned to the hearing. So I'm going to hand over to him as I ask the clerk to call the next panel. Thank you.
For our panel number 5, we have Elliot Mysiak, Warren Montague, Karen Chenoweth, and Daniel Orsino.
In that order, would you please state your name and provide us with your testimony? Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elliot Messick. I am a transit fellow with Transit Forward Philadelphia. We try to advocate for riders and transit workers in Philly, and I'm here to testify in resolution.
Thank you very much. Please provide us with your testimony.
Well-being is at the top of everyone's mind. Through the public outreach and surveying of riders for our Better Buses campaign, Transit Forward Philly has found that public safety is often cited as the #1 obstacle to using the system. Former SEPTA riders went as far as to say that safety is the primary reason that they stopped using SEPTA. This also includes SEPTA operators who feel like management is not taking their safety seriously and that the authority could do more to protect workers. Last month, I was at Almy Transportation Center and I spoke directly with a few SEPTA workers, and these employees expressed the concern that they were not safe and not taken care of by SEPTA while they were on the job. In addition, the sexual assault last month brought to light how SEPTA police, and to some extent SEPTA management, views its riders. The statement made by Chief Nessel and Superintendent Timothy Bernhardt illustrated why riders lack trust in the transit authority and in SEPTA police. Why would SEPTA's police chief direct blame towards SEPTA's own ridership when the authority itself is who's responsible for keeping riders safe? The statements made by SEPTA police chief and superintendent of Upper Darby Police inappropriate put the targets on the backs of riders who pay to use the system, and those same riders who may or may not have witnessed the crime were publicly shamed by the very people who were supposed to be protecting them. And of course, we learned later from the DA that riders did respond by calling emergency services for intervention, which means that SEPTA police lied, at least in their initial statement. This sort of response is unacceptable and raises concerns about SEPTA's commitment to serving its own riders. Fortunately, in September, the SEPTA board approved a $3.6 million plan to allow the authority to deploy up to 57 new outreach workers, which is an 8-fold increase from the 7 it had before. And this is an excellent example of how SEPTA can ensure public safety of riders, and we're really excited the board made this decision. And we encourage SEPTA to keep doing things like this. SEPTA and the City of Philadelphia has to provide more resources and greater funding for programs that provide community oversight and rider protection that does not include armed police officers. So one example we were thinking would be to hire 20 to 30, even more full-time employees who specialize in homelessness, drug addiction, conflict resolution, and safe intervention. And these unarmed, professionally trained social workers and mental health professionals are just sort of one idea of how we can answer safety issues aboard SEPTA without increasing armed police presence. Because we have to remember that not everyone feels safer with more police presence. Many Black and Latino people fear violence and discrimination from officers, and undocumented immigrants on SEPTA may be concerned about deportation.
LGBTQ people, especially trans people, also may feel unsafe in police presence, and we have to make sure that public safety responds to everyone's needs. So thank you all for listening to all of these concerns and holding this hearing. We really appreciate it, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much. Chairman Jones, shall I hand off to you?
I think you're doing a wonderful job on an issue you care a great deal about. Continue on, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. All right, would the next witness, Karen Chenoweth, identify yourself and provide us with your testimony?
Hello, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Karen Chenoweth, and I represent CARI, the Center for Advocacy for the Rights and Interests of the Elderly. I serve as CARI's transportation advocate for a TSAT program helping older Philadelphians with mobility management and resolving problems with SEPTA. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today. We are so pleased that the committees on transportation and public utilities, public safety are looking into these issues collectively, as we believe that the root problems will require a holistic and collective response. Founded in 1977, CARI is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the quality of life for older adults. CARI's focus of concern spans a long-term continuum from those who are living at home to those who are living in facilities. Older adults with physical or psychological impairments are often a silent group and are not able to advocate for their needs. CARI works to protect their rights and promote awareness of their needs and concerns. Our comments stem from CARI's experience on CARIline, a free telephone consultation service that helps older adults and their caregivers resolve problems related to elder care, and from our participation on the Philadelphia Shared Ride Program Advisory Council. CARI also helps older Philadelphians through our PAVE program, providing advocacy to victimized elders, the only victim advocacy agency that helps older adults of crime in all zip codes throughout the city. CARI would like to take a moment to acknowledge and commend SEPTA and its dedicated workforce who helped this vital transit system run safely during the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. The personal sacrifices that SEPTA workers enable so many of our region's healthcare providers to get to work to care for our most vulnerable citizens. Transportation is key to an aging-friendly community. AARP published an article entitled Benefits from Public Transportation, Expanding the Transportation Options in an Aging Society, which linked the dual goals that most aging persons desire, quote, independent living and the ability to age in place, end quote. The article goes on to provide support or investigating in the expanding access to a variety of transportation options to foster independence in aging for a plethora of special needs. Philadelphia Corporation for Aging, PCA's recent article, Honoring Older Americans, provides key demographic information. Quote, Philadelphia has the second highest proportion of older adults among all cities and metro areas in the country. There are more than 311,800 adults 60 or older living in Philadelphia. Older adults make up nearly 20% of Philadelphia's entire population and more than 9% of Pennsylvania's older adults. End quote. The article includes other statistics. Nearly 60% are women, older adults that is. Nearly 41% Black, more than 8% are Hispanic Latino, 6% are Asian, and 2% other races mixed.
Nearly 26% are in the labor force. More than 15% are immigrants, and more than 12% are veterans serving the U.S. military. A safe public transportation system is essential for our diverse aging population to remain independent, active, and vital members of our community. More than those aged 65 and above in Philadelphia get to ride SEPTA for free with proper SEPTA identification. This is a tremendous program that enables many of our older adults to do errands and get medical appointments while living on a fixed retirement income. The CCT Connect van service provides an alternative for those who need door-to-door service. However, even with the lottery-funded support, the fare cost the rider $4.25 one way. A systematic problem is the fleet for CCT Connect is limited. When ridership was at pre-pandemic levels, there were not enough vehicles to meet the demand. Older adults have expressed concerns about safety on the public fixed route lines for years. These concerns have grown in intensity, particularly lately with the violent acts on riders. If older adults do not feel comfortable riding SEPTA's fixed route service, they could potentially overload the CCT shared ride system. Older adult feedback on public transit. Older adults have communicated there seems to be several layers and levels of system concerns, including tempers are high, people seem to be on edge all the time. For example, when other riders, they report other riders seem angry, confrontational, argumentative, and are not aware of the need to cover noses and mouths with face masks. They are fearful any confrontation will become violent. Older adults report that the school children seem to be louder, more rambunctious, not aware of others' presence, hitting people with their heavy book bags that they do not remove from their shoulders or their backs while on crowded buses or trains, and not giving up their seats to seniors. They also report concerns of the number of homeless, mentally ill, and active drug users riding, sleeping on the line, often taking up all the seats. Bodily fluids and drug paraphernalia found at SEPTA stations and concourse areas are also areas of concern. Finally, older adults have reported concerns about using the Broad Street line, Olney, and Erie terminal for fear of another shooting, using the Market Frankfurt line due to the sexual assaults. Multi-system solution approach. There is not going to be a one-size-fits-all to this complex social dynamic issue. There is a need and a role for law enforcement There is a need and a role for law enforcement for those issues of criminality. But the other safety issues calls upon other approaches to address the problems. A retired school teacher suggested that there is a role for the school system to help our youth learn some helpful skills in tempering their energies until they are no longer in the closed confines of a vehicle. Could there be a student transportation monitor system on highly utilized school routes to provide adult monitoring, redirection, de-escalation, and other problem-solving strategies instead of utilizing law enforcement whose skills are better used elsewhere? Kerry calls for more support and funding for mental health services such as anger management, conflict resolution, anti-bullying, including anti-racism, anti-xenophobia, anti-religious, and anti-LGBT plus attacks. We also support more funding and public education around restorative justice as a healing mechanism. Carrie praises the efforts and praises and supports the efforts of Project Homes, Hub of Hope, along with SEPTA with the work and outreach to the homeless community, providing a safe, warm place to gain temporary respite, restrooms, laundry, sustenance, and health care. Instead of investing more in anti-homelessness architecture, which is also uncomfortable to use for many of our older adults and disabled, invest into programs like Hub of Hope, helping them expand their outreach efforts or to replicate their program into other sections of the city. Carrie also praises SEPTA's Transit Watch app for accelerated response to safety concerns on and around SEPTA directly to SEPTA police. We encourage the public to inform older relatives and neighbors on how to download and show them how to use the application prior to an emergency or an issue. If an older adult listening needs assistance with this tool, please contact Carrie. In conclusion, Carrie works along other community organizations towards solutions to this complex problem and problems that have deep roots and are multidimensional. Older adults comprise 20% of the population and are vital to our community. We owe them and ourselves a plethora of safety and equitable transportation throughout the entire region. I thank you again for the opportunity to share at today's hearing. Thank you very much. Would the next panelist, Daniel Orsino, identify himself and provide us with your testimony?
Hi, yes, my name is Daniel Orsino, and I'm with the organization North City Congress, where I'm a social service coordinator. I also serve on the LGBTQ Elder Initiative at William Way's Advisory Council, and I am also with the Philadelphia Reunion Project. So, the testimony I'm about to give today is proof that in its current form, SEPTA is a very broken system. Not so much the physical transit thing, but what we're doing is not working. So I work at a senior center through North City Congress in North Philly. So I deal with a lot of people, Black and brown communities, a lot of people who normally take SEPTA to get to our center, who take CCT, who are dealing with the SEPTA system on a regular basis, and it's not good. So the first problem is CCT just does not work. Too, by the way, I want to throw that in there. It wasn't in my original testimony, but I want to just, the last person, she mentioned CCT, and I want to add on to that. The CCT system is so overcrowded. We've had CCT leave people places and them not have ways to get places. We've had people miss dialysis appointments because of CCT. They don't have enough drivers. And then the drivers do have work 16-hour shifts. So that's just bizarre. And then, we've had people just get stranded at our senior centers or shopping trips, and wintertime is coming, so that's extremely problematic. So that's one issue. Now, CCT is a contract program through SEPTA. They don't actually use SEPTA drivers. They're not part of the SEPTA's union at all, but it's still under the SEPTA banner. So that's an issue. Now, my main part of my testimony, I've talked to a lot of seniors in town, both at my senior center, in my neighborhood, people I know, and they said some pretty disturbing things as it stands with the SEPTA system. So, the seniors of this city, the majority of whom come from Black and brown communities and suffer from various systematic inequities, they should not have to go through additional trauma in order to take the most basic of trips and to perform the most basic of tasks. Yet here we are in a city with such a vast transit network that's barely being used by a large portion of the population it's meant to serve. So why is that? So I've spoken with various seniors, both at Northern Living Center and elsewhere, and I have to say that what I was told is quite alarming.
They're afraid, to put it bluntly. They're afraid to use our publicly funded transit system because they're worried about being victimized. And I'm not just talking about some minor misdemeanor mugging, mind you. The vast majority of people I've spoken with fear for their lives when they're using our transit system. So that's extremely problematic, especially when we're talking about people who already suffer systematically from a systemically discriminatory system. So over a period of multiple days, I spoke to countless individuals from, folks at my center, personal acquaintances, and I even went to a couple SEPTA stops and kind of asked people at random, like, what do you think is the problem here? The overall answers were generally the same. So when it comes to our subway system, older adults find them the most terrifying of all. They will purposely avoid having to take the L or the Broad Street line. Period. If they can get to their destination via another method, even if it costs them more money, and I mean even if it costs them a lot more money, they will avoid the subway. Many times these alternative methods are Uber or Lyft or even a traditional taxi, which can end up costing up to $50 for a time for an in-city trip. And if they can afford it, they will do it. When they do use the subway system, many times they've had experiences that are intensely negative. I've been told by seniors of instances where they were harassed or followed by people. Some had experiences of being robbed in the underground subway concourses in Center City, especially by the Pennsylvania Convention Center along Market Street. They've had, extremely troubling are the instances of physical assaults that have sometimes occurred. And by the way, a lot of times senior citizens won't report it. They think it's no big deal, or they think the police just won't do anything. And to be honest, even in my past experience, reporting something small like that, there's no point in it because there's nothing they can do. So many seniors have stated that a lot of the physical assaults occurred in the L stops north of Girard. So anything north of Girard, Berks, and up, that's where a lot of these assaults are happening. A lot of these instances. But generally speaking, no area has been particularly spared. They seem to kind of happen system-wide. And again, this is according to multiple seniors that I talked to. So seniors also kind of feel similar about the buses and trolleys also, and the regional rail. They won't take the regional rail to go visit family outside of town. They won't take it to Trenton. They won't take it to Delaware. They just won't do it. And that's really problematic because, especially, studies have shown isolation is a very, very negative thing when it comes to mental health and all different kinds of things. So, they've had terrible experiences and have become completely traumatized for ever using SEPTA again. And, assaults at bus stops, fights on trolley cars, full-out brawls on station platforms, I could go on. This isn't the worst of it, though. Many seniors have told me about racist and homophobic incidents that have occurred on our transit systems. Incidents where people have followed seniors off subway cars and through underground concourses, all while spewing hate and threats, giving them angry and threatening looks, and have just been openly homophobic or racist. I'm going to give an example. Even me and my husband, I'm obviously not a senior, but we had an incident on the night of August 27th ourselves, walking past the SEPTA bus stop in Center City by Willseye. Someone was hanging around at a SEPTA bus stop, and a stranger was parked at the bus stop in the bus lane, of course, and they started following us in a van for multiple blocks, yelling homophobic and racial slurs at us while throwing garbage out the window at us. We didn't know this person, never spoke to this person, just picked us at random and started following us. And then, started throwing things out the window at us, and we were able to outrun them by ducking down the alley. But I asked, what if it wasn't me and my husband? What if we were two, 80-year-old seniors or 70-year-old seniors? What if we weren't able to outrun him? That could have been a really bad, worse situation. So this scenario could have really gone wrong. My point in bringing this up is not to garner sympathy for me and my husband in the situation I was in. My point is that if I'm a 34-year-old man going to be 35, I don't feel comfortable using the SEPTA system. I don't feel comfortable getting on a bus. Then how do you think our seniors feel? That's bad. So unless something changes, this is going to get worse. So seniors are particularly scared of the most recent incidents that have appeared in the news. Shootings on the Market Frankfurt L, the rape of a woman on a subway car full of people, and the recent anti-Asian assault on the subway have particularly got them worried. Many see the city as too dangerous a place to go out in, and instead of chose to have family members take them shopping, or will even go as far, this is even worse, they'll even go as far as to hold off going shopping as long as possible and start rationing food, which, that's awful. Or they'll only leave their house and go as far as they can walk. So they'll go to the corner store. And a lot of times those stores don't have nutritious food. And it'll cause health issues. They're either having obesity issues or malnutrition issues. But yeah. So when all is said and done, this is really problematic. Anyone, regardless of age, gender identity, sexual orientation, or skin color, should be able to go on the Broad Street. Should be able to go on the Broad Street line or the L or any SEPTA train safely. Anyone should be able to walk past any bus stop, ride the trolley, use the bus system, or ride the regional rail. Subway stations shouldn't be a scary places. You should feel safe riding the L at 3 a.m. just as you would at 3 p.m. Like, you absolutely should, period. This is absolutely no excuse for what is happening on our public transit. Philadelphia is a city that's home to 1.5 million people and growing. We are a minority-majority city. We unfortunately are also the largest poorest city in America, and economic inequality and systematic oppression have long been sources of disparity for people in Philadelphia, as in other American cities. Seniors in many neighborhoods live in food deserts, where there's no nearby grocery stores or proper health care close by. Some face social isolation and mental health challenges. Even things like trying to access Social Security or Veterans Affairs benefits may be difficult due to distance. A bus stop is just a sign on a post if no one's using it. A subway station is just a hole in the pavement. Equity means building equal outcomes. What equal outcome is there if our seniors are not going to use the services they desperately need out of fear? So we have to find solutions to these things, and honestly, the only solution we really can come up with is a 3-tiered solution where we're hiring police, social workers, and it might actually involve having a volunteer civilian patrols also, where we do something similar to like a neighborhood watch, where we have people adopt a subway station, adopt a train platform too, and also have like a community patrol that also acts like an eyes and ears to supplement also being kind of like eyes on the ground. Have this be a volunteer thing and kind of work as kind of almost like a neighborhood watch, but for our subway stations as well. And then also hire, like I said, hiring more police, and then hiring those social workers to kind of help with the homeless and helping them out, helping people who are having substance use issues, and, you know, trying to make these more safer, friendly environments. Fixing the lights in the subway stations too. That deters crime in itself. Putting brighter lights in the subways. You know, just making these places more, having better visibility. These things are things the seniors told me too. The lights are too dim in the concourses. That makes them sketchy places. It encourages people to hang out down there. So I think solutions like that, like simple solutions like that, you know, the seniors even said, why isn't there more local like advisory committees for SEPTA that involve bringing seniors in and stuff like that? Like stuff like that is like having dialogue like that is important. So, you know, I just wanted to, you know, voice that concern and, you know, they wanted me to tell everybody their thoughts on the issue too. So just wanted to say thank you for having me. I appreciate it, being asked to come here. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Our final witness on this panel is Warren Montague. Would you please identify yourself, sir, and provide us with your testimony? Yes, good evening now. Warren Montague. I'm the Transportation Manager at Philadelphia Corporation for the Aging, Community Engagement Department, and have been asked to have a few words in reference to this whole issue with SEPTA, transportation, and the issues that we've seen of late. As a former senior manager at SEPTA, I understand the challenges when it comes to providing transportation, the high expectation, but also living in our reality. As the public transportation provider for this region, 5-county region, 2,200 square miles, the expectation, though, is that there would be convenient, on time, clean, and safe service. Unfortunately, SEPTA has been included in the locations around the city where the rise in violence is very apparent. This region, as we all know, is under siege with violence. However, our seniors are a critical part of this community, and unfortunately, they are scared to ride the system. The problem is that when they hear these different issues that have happened on the system, that makes their life even much more challenging, and they tend to be more homebound now rather than getting out. I remember years ago, my mother used to get on the 48 bus at 28th and Allegheny and ride the bus down to 8th and Market Street to have lunch at Strawberry, at the Strawberries and Clothiers clothing store. Some of you remember that store. They had a little food court there, and she would do that middle of the morning, and she'd be back home by 1 o'clock. But we felt comfortable because she could ride the system without a lot of challenges. Such is not the case these days. Everything at this point in time is important when it comes to protecting our riders, but SEPTA has to be more honest in its approach. Unfortunately, I heard today in testimony 2 different numbers when it came to police officers. I heard the police director, commissioner, make numbers of 211 or 12 or something of that nature. But then I heard I believe a police officer mention there was like 100 or so officers, give or take. I think that needs to be clarified. Do we actually have 100, 200 officers that are actually in service, or we just have 200 officers that are enrolled? We need to be clear and be real in terms of what we really have to provide service. We need to make sure that all modes of transportation are considered. Buses, trolleys, subways, Ls, and as was mentioned, CCT. A lot of seniors use CCT. And yes, I do acknowledge the fact that more recently, there's been a lot of problems because they do not have operators, just like most employment groups now don't have operators. But CCT is an alternative, and SEPTA needs to look at that as maybe one of those avenues by which they can provide seniors some level of comfortability. Now let's look at some solutions. I think one of the things that needs to be done is more information for seniors and the riding public when it comes to how they can utilize the service, when it comes to reporting incidents, informing us on where those reporting mechanisms are. Use these special advocate groups like PCA, CARI, the senior centers to get information out. If seniors know what to do, they'll be better prepared to utilize the system that is provided to them. However, I am still concerned, as I may mention, of the conflicting information. I do agree, and I heard that Councilman Jones made mention of this. Physical presence on the trains. When you have an officer that at least from time to time would walk through the trains, that can be a deterrent. And I think that would help. The fact that the officer did mention that I think there were only 4 or 5 officers on a particular shift. Well, for a city this big, in any district, 4 or 5 officers does not make it. So we need to figure out what we need to do to actually identify more ways to bring in more officers. And I agree, having a security guard does not satisfy the situation. It doesn't work. It looks good, but when it comes to preventing situations and preventing violence, a security guard doesn't make it. Having more officers, having them patrolling the system, even if you concentrate in certain areas from time to time and do a roving situation, obviously you don't have enough. So each day you take a different area and you flood that area and you keep that going. That way people don't know where you're going to be, and that would help in terms of prevention. I would also offer that Philadelphia Corporation is available to continue the dialogue. We are willing to assist SEPTA when it comes to communicating to our senior population and participate in public hearings like this to try to bring these incidents to bear so that we can do what we need to do to improve the system. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you very much, sir. Do any of the council members have questions for this panel? I see none in the chat box. If there are none, then I'll ask if there are any additional witnesses who were not called to testify on the panels themselves. There being none, the hearing will take a brief pause to allow members of the public who have registered for public comment to join this virtual meeting. We have, I believe, 27, the last time I counted, people who have signed up to make public comment. Given the nature of the number of people, we will provide 2 minutes for each person to make a comment. I will let you know, or I will let you know when 2 minutes are up to wrap up. And so at this point in time, I'll ask the clerk to contact our witnesses, and we'll proceed in that manner. Thank you. All right, I stand corrected. Unfortunately, this has been a long hearing given the nature of the topic. And so we have 5 witnesses, and therefore they shall have 3 minutes to provide public comment. I apologize to those who were waiting. Unfortunately, that's the nature of these hearings. We had a lengthy hearing. And so we will proceed with the 5 witnesses who have registered for public comment. Thank you.
You're doing a great job, Mr. Chairman. Great job.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Councilmember O, I believe council support will still need a moment to call them in, but it should just be a short couple moments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling Philadelphia City Council. A beeping noise will indicate when you are on.
a couple seconds. Mr. Chair, we are now live. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We are back being publicly televised. We are now going to hear from those who registered for public comment. I apologize for the length of the hearing. However, the testimony was very important. It's a very important topic. And of course, you've heard that there are different perspectives being offered, and we will try to work through this as a group to answer these important questions. I believe the clerk will call the witness. I am going to just let you know that in the interest of fairness, that you have up to 3 minutes to make your comment. A bell will go off. If you don't hear it, I'll just let you know to wrap up your comment so that the other people who have been on this call for a long time get a chance to make their statement. Clerk, would you call the first person who will be providing us with testimony?
Commenting on Resolution 210-856 is Lester Chung.
Please state your name and give us your testimony.
Yes, good evening. My name is Lester Chang. Thank you, Mr. O, and thank you, Chairman Jones. I'm a resident of New York City, and I live in one of the largest, oldest Chinatown in New York City. So I just took an interest of news that distressed me about Asian kids being attacking a subway system. So I'd like to give a possibly partial solution to your dilemma. And just a little bit back on New York City subway, as you know, is quite a large system. Daily ridership of 5 million. Over 470 stations and 600 miles. Even with the NYPD of 36,000 police, there's not enough of them to man all the stations. So what to do? So one solution is, and I'm a personal friend, is employ of guardian angels. I'm not sure you're familiar with the founder of Guardian Angels is Curtis Lewa, and they have teams of private citizens who do patrols in the streets and in the subways. They've been doing this for over 40 years. And with the recent rash attacks in New York City subways, with the Asian attacks, they employ with them in the stations and in Chinatown and in the subways. It seems to have some positive effect. Even with me, when I see guardian angels, I know that they're not police, they're private citizens, they're on patrol, they're eyes and ears for the police. They don't intervene, but they do report. But what it does, it makes the perpetrator to look twice, to think about what they're going to do next when they see a team of half a dozen to a dozen guardian angels looking at them, so they won't do anything at all. So my suggestion is I can invite Curtis Lewa to your office, or to Councilman David O, and work with law enforcement to restart a chapter of Philadelphia Guardian Angels. Again, these are your local residents, so they are self-contained, self-sustaining. These are concerned citizens trained by local law enforcement and by Guardian Angels how to conduct themselves. They pay their own way to go to the subway, so it does cost SEPTA no money at all. But an extra eyes and ears is not a whole solution; it's a part solution. And we can even start with riding as escort with these kids going when they come home from school. So that could be a partial solution itself. Not a whole, but it's partial. So, your thoughts, sir?
Well, I appreciate your testimony, and basically you have 10 seconds left, so certainly you can reach out to us. But if you'd like to conclude with a brief statement, thank you for your interest.
Okay, I can work with your office if your office have any interest of employing
Certainly. We appreciate your
guardian angel.
communication. Yeah, absolutely. You can reach out to us. All right. That's your 3 minutes. Thank you very much, sir. And clerk, please call the next person.
Next, we have Juan Shan.
Hello,
Please state your
everyone.
name.
My name is.
Yes, state your
my
name
name
and provide us your testimony. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Juan Shan. Juan is a Chinese name. First, I would like to thank you for all the effort and the fast action after the incident happened. I would like to say that today's hearing is about SEPTA, but I do have concerns beyond that. This kind of racism attack can happen anywhere in the city, not only on SEPTA trains. So how do we guarantee the safety of our kids? How do we protect everyone's safety, guarantee everyone's safety outside of SEPTA? So first, I would like to request harsh punishment to those who commit the crime. The city needs law and order. Second, I would like to ask government or hope the government to come up with some more proactive solutions or initiatives to prevent similar things happen again. We need some solutions that can solve the problem fundamentally. That we need to think about why there's such strong hate even among the young people. Can we promote educations for young people about racial equality, about the different cultures, about the history of Asian American, or to create opportunities for different culture, different racial communities to communicate, to understand each other better. So in short, I look forward to hearing more long-term and proactive solutions, actions, initiatives from the government. That with all the resources, with all the channels that the government can promote, that not only the security, but also promote a better city for everyone to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Clerk, would you call the next witness?
Next, we have John Cheng.
Good afternoon, members of Council Committee and on the Transportation of Public Safety. So my name is John Chen, a citizen who cares for the well-being of the city of Philadelphia. So I'm here to testify on the resolution number 210856 concerning safety on SEPTA. So many panelists have presented a very good case from their perspective with regard to safety. So what I like to comment here is the incident that happened on November 17 on the SEPTA train. So as everyone already know, during that incident, 4 female teenagers violently beat their fellow student, Christina Liu, while throwing racial slurs against Asian people. So in addition to safety concern related to the violent act, so public transportation has become a place to encourage the racial hatred. So what bothers me the most is that over the time period of that incident, no one single adult has stood up to stop the violent act. So the children are the future of our city and the country. So how could this teenager has developed such racial hatred mind and violent acts at such a young age? So that is something we all need to put serious thought into it. So if we let those violent behavior go without doing anything about it, so will this city, this country have the future? So the answer is no. So fortunately, so we still have courageous youth like Christina Liu, who put her life on the line, is willing to step up to fight against racial hatred. So as adults, administrators of the city and the country, so do you think we should do something more the key word here is the more. So I know the SEPTA and city have done a lot of good job, but whether that is enough. So that's the thing which I like to request. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Clerk, would you call the next witness to make public comment?
And our final commenter today is Maggie Li Zheng.
Hi, my name is Maggie Li Zhang. Thank you very much for this opportunity to provide my comment. There are two things that I wanted to emphasize. The first thing is that during this public hearing, I heard several times what happened on November 17th on SEPTA. It was called fighting, and that made me very concerned. It was not a fighting, and actually, I think the students and the young people, they need to know the nature of that incident is ethnic intimidation. And those African American ladies, young ladies, they, as far as I know, they would be charged with assaults and ethnic intimidation, which are very serious charges. And it just it made me concerned because, fighting is definitely an understatement of that incident. And young people shouldn't have that impression that that was just a fighting, and they won't take it seriously if they just believe it's fighting. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I am glad to hear, there's a lot of equipment on SEPTA, but I'm not sure if people know they exist or they know how to use the equipment. So my suggestion is to put up signs everywhere on SEPTA, letting people know. There are emergency call buttons. They can press if they feel their safety is endangered. And there are video cameras everywhere. And also encourage people to use the SEPTA Watch app. And, with all the signs, with the visibility of all, those resources people can use, hopefully that would be a deterrence for, people who plan on committing a crime. I'm just hoping that all stakeholders will work together to make SEPTA safe, make our city of Philadelphia a safe place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe that is the last witness for public comment. Is that correct, Clerk?
That is correct. We had one additional person, but they unfortunately had some technical difficulties and have not called back.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. But thank you very much. At this time, I'll ask any members of the council committees if they would like to make a comment or have any questions. There being none, I want to thank all the witnesses for their participation today. I now invite all panels and witnesses to please disconnect from the meeting before I conclude the hearing. This concludes the business before the Joint Committees on Transportation and Public Utilities and Public Safety. On behalf of the chairmans, council members Johnson and Jones, I'd like to recess this hearing to the call of the chairs. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance, and especially to my colleagues who stayed on this very, very lengthy hearing. Chairman Jones, would you like to have a last word?
I'd like to say thank you all of the members. We have taken note as to some of the challenges of our system, and what we hope to do over this next month is get ready for budget so that we can appropriately apply resources to make our citizens safe. We rely on SEPTA to get back and forth to work back and forth to school, and our citizens deserve to be in a safe, cleanly environment for the purposes of that enjoyment. So I want to thank you all. Thank you all those who have testified, and thank the members for providing value-added commentary in the questions and answers. So have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the resolution sponsor.
Thank you. Everybody have a great
Bye-bye.